you just tell me. You're like, Judge, I need a break. You don't even have to tell me why. I prefer that you not tell me why. And I will give you a break so you can go talk to your attorney. Does that sound good? Okay, have a seat. We'll be right with you. Millis, she went to another court and she'll be right back.
Hey, Judge. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
We're waiting for somebody to walk that thing up here.
Okay.
Flash drive, so
Good.
take a look at it. If time permits, I'd like to put something on the record. Just
Yeah.
to make sure,
Once you have it,
once I have it.
Thank you. You may be seated. We're back on the record in the presence of the jury. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Welcome back to jury service. Yesterday, where we left off, the state was still presenting their case in chief, so we're going to continue with that this morning. The witness has been sworn. State, you may proceed with your next witness.
Yes, Judge, and for the record, the state calls Melissa Cortez to the stand.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Cortez.
Good morning.
Would you kindly introduce yourself by stating your full name for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
My name is Melissa Cortez,
And how old are you, Ms. Cortez?
48.
Do you live in Bexar County?
Yes, sir.
How long have you lived in Bexar County?
All my life.
All your life. Without telling us the specific address, whereabout are you living now?
910 West Wildwood,
Wildwood. And in what area of the city is that located?
North Side.
On the north side. Okay. Is that the same address that you were residing at on September 30th of 2018?
No, sir.
It was not. Where were you residing then?
On Poplar Street.
And is that in Bexar County as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you do for a living, Ms. Cortez?
As of now, I'm a dietary aide.
I'm sorry, what?
A dietary aide.
Dietary aide. What do you do for that job?
I work at a nursing home serving the residents, prepping their meals to serve to our residents.
Okay. And the place that you're living at on Wildwood, can you tell us whether it's an apartment or a house?
It's a house.
It's a house. And do you own or rent?
No, I'm living with my mom.
You live with your mom? Okay. And is it her house? Does she own?
Yeah,
or rent?
it's buying her house.
Okay. How old is your mom?
65.
Okay. Ms. Cortez, let me ask you this question. How do you know the defendant in this case, Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez?
I believe we were together at one time.
How long were you together for?
I'm not sure, probably a few months.
Okay. When did you first meet?
In June of 2017,
June 2017. How did you meet?
where I was working at the laundromat.
So you had a job at a laundromat, and you met the defendant there.
Yes.
Did he come in as like a customer? How
Yes.
did that come about?
He was a customer there.
And you were employed at the laundromat?
Yes, sir.
Where was that laundromat located?
On Blanco and Bassie.
Okay. So you told us that you were involved with the defendant. Would you call that or characterize that as a romantic relationship?
Yes.
Were you, in other words, to put it bluntly, were you guys having sexual relations?
Yes.
Okay. Were you still in a relationship with Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez on September 30th of 2018?
We were still having relations.
Now, I noticed that you had to stop and think about it. Can you explain what you mean you were still having relations?
We were still having sexual relations.
Okay, so maybe you weren't dating anymore, but you were seeing him for those sexual encounters.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez was staying on September 30th of 2018?
The address where he was, no, I don't.
You don't know where he was staying?
No.
Had you ever been there before?
No, not before that date.
Okay, let me ask you this, talk to you about this, Ms. Cortez. Do you remember talking to a San Antonio police officer, a detective, by the name of Mark Duke?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And it was in connection with a murder that had taken place at an apartment complex. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember giving a statement to Detective Duke?
I remember, yes, sir.
And you've had an opportunity to review that statement, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, Ms. Cortez, did you want to be here today?
No, sir.
Why are you here?
The subpoena.
Because the state subpoenaed you, right? Okay. You and I, Ms. Cortez, had you and I ever spoken before yesterday?
No, sir.
In fact, the very first time you and I talked, for the first time, was yesterday outside in the hallway over by those windows, right?
Correct.
It didn't seem as though you really wanted to talk to the state regarding the matters of this case, right?
Correct.
Okay. So let's go back to that statement, Ms. Cortez. You remember meeting with Detective Duke. Would it be fair to say that it was around September 16th of 2019?
I don't recall the date, but
Fair enough, but if
Yes.
I were to report that to you, you wouldn't have any reason to question that, right?
Correct.
Okay. And after you prepared that written statement, you signed off on it at the bottom, stating that it was you, and these are the things that you said.
Correct.
Okay. Do you think it would be helpful to you during the course of questioning if you had access to that statement to refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Yes, Judge. Okay. Ms. Cortez, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 75 for identification purposes. Would you kindly take a look at State 75 and tell me if you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it, ma'am?
It's the statement that I gave the detective.
Whose signature is this at the bottom?
That's mine.
And is it dated?
Yes.
What is that date?
September 16th of 2019.
Okay, so I would ask that you use this to refresh your recollection, but don't read out loud from it, okay?
Okay.
Now, Ms. Cortez, I asked you about whether or not you knew the location of Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez's apartment, or where he was staying, on September 30th of 2018. You remember me asking you that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall telling Detective Duke, when you interviewed with him, that Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez would take you to that apartment to engage with you in sexual relations?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at that time you knew where he was staying.
Yes.
Is it that you don't remember now?
No, it was after this date. I can't give you an exact date, but it was after the date that he questioned. After the date of the incident.
And I'm not sure I follow, Ms. Cortez. What was after the incident?
That I've gone to his apartment.
Oh, okay, I got you. But you have been to that apartment before?
Yes, sir.
So you knew where it was?
Yes.
Where, do you remember where it was now?
Yes.
Where was it?
Off by, I don't remember the street. I know the northeast, kind of by the medical center.
Okay, so you recall it being somewhere in the medical center, and you had been there before?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Ms. Cortez. When you talked to Detective Duke, do you remember him asking you when it is that you or when you met up with him, did he ask you after the crime was committed, when you had seen the defendant, Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez, next?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you remember something about October the 1st being mentioned?
Well, that's my son's birthday.
Right. Did you see Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez on October the 1st?
I'm not sure.
You can use your statement to recollect,
Yep.
if you will.
I remember I told the detective and he corrected me that it was September 30th that he was questioning me about, not the 1st.
Right, but when did you see the defendant after September 30th?
It was probably on the 30th. I don't remember if it was the 1st.
Okay, fair enough. But in that same time frame,
Yes,
either
sir.
the 30th or the 1st, is when you next saw Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did you see him? How did that encounter come about?
He showed up at my house that I was staying at.
And would that be that first address you told us about?
That is a popular address.
In Poplar, that's right. So it would have been at your address in Poplar. The defendant showed up on either the 30th or the 1st.
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember what he did when he arrived to your place?
He got there and he took a shower,
Okay. Do you remember what he did with his clothes?
put him in a bag,
What kind of bag?
gray plastic bag.
Gray plastic bag. Okay. And you said he took a shower. Did he say anything
No,
about where he had been or anything he had done? Okay.
no.
Do you remember talking to Detective Duke about a silver lockbox, silver and black lockbox?
He asked me if I seen it. Yes,
Yes. And what did you tell Detective Duke?
I had seen it.
Where did you see it?
There at the house.
Who brought it?
He did.
Who?
The defendant.
The defendant. And is that Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, Ms. Cortez. Is the individual that we're talking about the defendant in this case, Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez, present in this courtroom today?
Yes.
And if you wouldn't mind, Ms. Cortez, would you kindly point him out and describe him by something that he might be wearing?
Gray and black sweater.
And Judge, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Okay, so the defendant shows up to your apartment. You see that he has a silver and black lockbox. Did he attempt to do anything with that box?
I believe he opened it.
So he tried to get into it and he successfully opened it?
Yes.
What was his reaction when he managed to get inside the box?
I don't recall.
Did you mention that in your statement?
It says that I said he was upset, but
Why was he upset?
I don't know if he was upset.
Did he mention anything about not finding things inside that box that he wanted to find?
No, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Let me, really quickly, if I may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Direct your attention to a specific place in State's Exhibit number 75. Specifically right here. If you can read that for yourself.
Jilson was very angry that it did.
Without reading out loud.
Okay.
Just kind of read it to yourself, and then I'm going to ask you the question again, okay?
Okay.
Ms. Cortez, I need you to listen to the question. He said to read it to yourself.
Yes.
Okay, so don't read from that document. It's not in evidence.
Okay, so have a chance to read that. Let me know when you're done.
Okay, can I speak to the lawyer on that one?
Yes. Jurors, I'm going to give you about a 10-minute break. Please be ready to come back in as soon as we get.
All right, for the jury, you can leave your writing material on your chair.
Rodriguez say anything about what he found inside the box?
He just asked what the contents were.
What was he expecting to find?
I don't know.
And again, let me refresh your recollection. If you will look down at your statement where I pointed to before, what did you tell Detective Duke that he expected to find?
I stated in the statement that he was looking for drugs or money.
Okay. And instead, what did he find?
A methadone bottle.
Did the methadone bottle have anybody's name on it?
It says Julia.
That's what you told Detective Duke. It had the name Julia.
The
right?
detective said the name was Julia.
Okay.
I object to what the detective said is hearsay.
Hearsay is a statement.
Let's shore that up, Ms. Cortez. This is your statement of what you said to Detective Duke, correct?
Correct, but I don't recall saying that.
Well, let me ask you this. What happened to that methadone prescription bottle?
It had stayed in my possession.
Okay, so it was with you. How did it end up in the possession of law enforcement?
The detective asked me to turn it in.
And did you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you about that gray plastic bag that you told us about regarding where the defendant had placed his clothes. Do you know what happened to that bag?
I gave it to a friend of mine.
You gave it to a friend of yours. Was it an attorney friend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if law enforcement was contacted by an attorney and they came into possession of a gray plastic bag containing articles of clothing, the first step in that chain would have been you.
Correct.
Okay. And why did you do that?
I was moving and I don't know, some gut feeling, I guess, to give it to him.
Did you have any suspicions or thoughts as to why an attorney might be interested in the contents of that bag?
Not at the time, I don't remember, no.
Okay, but you did give it over to that attorney.
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember if Detective Duke showed you some pictures about some items that he had found?
Yes, sir.
Specifically, did he show you a picture of a gun holster?
Yes, sir.
Did he show you a picture of a black and silver lockbox?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you tell the detective regarding those items?
I had seen the holster before,
Wait,
and I don't recall.
let me ask you this way. Was it Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez's holster?
I've seen it, but I believe it could have been. I'm not sure.
Did you tell Detective Duke that it was?
Yes.
Okay. And what about the lockbox? Is the picture that was shown to you the same lockbox that you saw the defendant with on either September 30th of 2018 or October the 1st of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Just for purposes of clarity, Ms. Cortez, let me approach you with several photographs and make sure that what we're talking about are the same thing. May I approach the witness room?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, Ms. Cortez, let me show you what has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits number 83. We'll start with these through 93. Will you kindly take a look through these, just kind of thumb through them, and tell me if you recognize what these exhibits depict?
The bag of clothes.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's what was in there. I never opened the bag.
Fair enough. Okay, then that's plenty for that. So you only saw this.
Correct.
And this is this the same gray or white plastic bag that you saw defendant Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez place his items into?
I didn't see him, but I mean, that's possible.
Okay. Same bag that you would have turned over to the attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What exhibit number?
That is exhibit number 83, Your Honor. Okay, let me ask you about State's 106. What does 106 depict?
The lockbox.
And this is the picture that Detective Duke showed you, and you said, yes, that's the lockbox, right?
Correct.
Okay. And what about State's 99? What is
I'm
this?
gonna assume that's the gun holster.
Is this the same picture that Detective Duke showed you?
I don't recall that picture.
Fair enough, but it is the same holster. Okay. Okay, Ms. Cortez, when is the last time that you had contact with the defendant in this case, Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez?
Days ago,
Days ago. How was that contact?
he
Established?
calls.
Jail calls. So you still have contact with him through those calls?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who establishes the contact when those calls happen? Do you call him? Does he call you? Or both?
He calls me.
Okay. And then, of course, you talk to him like you just told us.
Correct.
All right. Now, Ms. Cortez, let me tell you this. There's not going to be any easy way to talk about it or to beat around the bush, but I'm going to ask you up front. Do you have any connections to the Mexican cartels?
No, sir.
Are you involved or affiliated with any sort of criminal street gang or organized crime?
No, sir.
Do you have killers or hitmen on speed dial?
No, sir.
Do you have contact or the ability to contact any sort of hitman?
No, sir.
Are you aware, or would it surprise you, that the defendant in this case claims that you do?
That's shocking for him to say.
Did you at any point threaten the defendant in this case that if he didn't go and hurt some people or kill some people, you would have him killed or hurt?
No, sir.
Now, Ms. Cortez, I have to ask you about some things in your past, okay?
Okay.
I see that back in 2017, you were on probation for a third-degree felony. Is that fair to say?
I believe so.
And that charge was possession of a controlled substance in penalty group 2. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
So penalty group 2, that would be, my guess, I don't know the facts of the case, but either THC oil, that would be marijuana extract, right? Or some sort of synthetic marijuana, right? And you were in possession of that.
Correct.
Okay. Did you successfully complete that probation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you took a criminal conviction, but you completed that probation.
Yes, sir.
Never went to prison.
No, sir.
Okay. Ms. Cortez, did you know Nicholas Milanovich?
No, sir.
Does that name ring any bells?
No, sir.
Ever had any contact with that person?
No, sir.
Did you know a young woman by the name of Julia Wright?
No, sir.
Ever had any contact with that person?
No, sir.
And I'll leave it with this final question, Ms. Cortez. When you met with Detective Duke and interviewed with him, would you say that you were cooperative?
Yes.
Did you answer all of his questions truthfully?
Possibly I exaggerated as far as him being an angry person. He's not an angry person.
Oh, that's referring to the defendant?
Yes, sir.
So that would be the only thing you retract?
And the fact that I stated that I've seen him with the gun, I have never seen him with the gun.
Okay, but you did say that to Detective Duke?
Yes, sir.
But it is your testimony now that you don't remember that?
Under oath, I don't ever seen him with the gun.
Okay. But you did see that holster?
The holster, yes.
Okay. Well, thank you, Ms. Cortez, for your time this morning. The state passes the waiver.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Your name is Cortez?
Yes, sir.
Cortez?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And have you been married?
No, sir.
Have you ever used any name other than Cortez?
Garcia.
Okay. And do you have children?
Yes, sir.
How many?
4.
And what are their ages?
33, 29, 27, and 25.
And let's go back to when you met the defendant, okay?
Okay.
You were working at a laundromat,
Yes, sir.
and what kind of work did you do there?
I was cleaning the floors and the washers and dryers.
So basically doing housework there.
Correct.
And you indicated that you met the defendant there. How long did it take after you met him for you and him to become better acquainted?
Not long.
Not long? And at that time that you met him, did you know where the defendant lived?
No, sir.
Did he ever live with you?
Yes, sir.
From when to when?
I'm gonna say maybe September to the following July
That would be September of 2017
17.
until July of 18?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to go to the attorney that you spoke to, okay?
Okay.
Who was that attorney?
Mr. Reeves?
Just the stable objective relevance.
Mr. Reed?
Yes.
And why did you go speak to him about that?
We were talking about another case. We weren't talking about that incident.
Another case involving who? Involving what?
Involving another case that I had picked up.
Well, let's talk about the cases that you picked up. How many times have you been charged with drug possession?
And Judge, the state would object, and if we may approach.
I'll rephrase it.
Please approach.
Let me rephrase that question, okay?
Okay.
You had a drug conviction in 2000.
And the judge, the state will object again.
You have conviction?
That's what I said, Judge.
May we approach once more, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you.
Cortez, let me go back to what we just talked about, okay?
Okay,
You had a conviction for a drug charge in 2009, right?
correct,
And you were granted probation on that case, correct?
correct.
And you successfully completed the probation on that case, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was for a possession of penalty group 1 to 4 grams? Or do you recall?
I believe it was the 4 to 200.
4 to 200. And you pled guilty or no contest on that?
Correct.
And you had an attorney, of course, right?
Yes, sir.
Then in 2019, you had a second drug case, correct?
Correct.
And that was for possession, again, of a controlled substance?
Yes.
And you had an attorney in that case?
Yes.
And you entered a plea on that case?
I believe so.
Well, you were sentenced by the court, right?
Yes.
And that was like a 6-year probation?
Yes, sir.
You're on probation now?
Yes, sir.
And when will you discharge your current probation?
I believe next year.
Now, let me get back to when you spoke to Mr. Reed, okay?
Okay.
When was it that you met with him?
Possibly, I want to say January of 2019.
And that was related to a different case, right?
Correct.
So if you're there talking to him about a different case, what brings up the bag of clothes?
Honestly, I don't remember exactly.
So we're talking about January of 2019, that's like 3 or 4 months after the murders occurred, right?
Yes.
And you had held on to that bag?
Well, I had other property of his there at my house, so it was there, yes.
And what items of clothes were in that bag?
I don't know.
So you don't know if it was just clothes?
I don't know. I didn't open it.
Don't know if there were shoes in there?
I don't know.
Don't know if there was blue gloves in there?
No, sir, I don't know.
Now, the first time that you met Detective Duke, when was that?
September 16th of 2019.
Okay. And that was before Detective Duke went and spoke with the defendant, correct?
I'm not sure.
You indicated that Detective Duke searched your residence,
No, sir.
searched your car,
No, sir.
so the only time you spoke with him was where, at the police station?
Yes, sir.
And I know that you've looked at your statement, And it's your testimony that you lied about the defendant being angry, right?
Yes, sir.
And you lied about having seen the defendant with the gun before, right?
Yes, sir.
And I notice now that you're on the witness stand, you told the detective that he had a gun, and that was a lie, right?
Yes, sir.
And today you're saying that with respect to the holster where you put the gun in, that it may have been defendant's, but you're not sure.
Correct.
Now, you indicated that with respect to the box, okay, that the defendant opened it up.
Yes,
Was it a lock box?
I believe so.
How did he open it? Did he
I'm not sure.
Did you see him open it?
No, sir.
So all you know is that he opened it and you're not even sure how.
Correct.
Okay. Excuse me for a second. The first time that it was opened, you weren't present, correct?
No, sir.
And when and how did you see the contents of that box?
He asked me what it was.
Who asked you?
The defendant.
Asked you what was?
The bottle.
Okay, and what did you tell him?
It was methadone.
And do you know what methadone is used for?
Yes.
What's methadone for?
A program for people that are getting off heroin.
For opioid addictions?
Correct.
Did you ever tell the defendant that you were afraid that he had brought the wrong box?
No, sir.
Did you ever talk to the defendant that it was the wrong box because there was no drugs or money in it?
No, sir.
Did you ever tell the defendant that he had screwed up by bringing that box?
No, sir.
Now, I noticed when the state asked you about the bag of clothes again, that you said you gave it to a friend, right?
Yes.
And actually, that was Attorney Reed, right?
Yes, sir.
And I take it you and Reed, was he representing you?
At that particular time, no.
Did he later come to represent?
He had before.
I'm sorry?
He had previously.
Then how is he your friend?
He's who I went to with any legal issues.
Now, I know the state asked you about connections with the cartels, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're stating you have no relation to any of the cartels, correct?
Correct.
And you're stating that you don't know anyone in the Mexican Mafia or any other cartel, correct?
Correct.
I want to go to a bag that was found with defendant, okay?
Okay.
One of your kids does tattoos, does he not?
Yes, sir.
What's that child's name?
Malachi.
And he had a bag with some tattoo equipment in it, right?
I had the bag. It was my backpack that contained those items.
Okay, it was your backpack, but he had those items in it.
I had put those items in there, yes.
Okay. And what happened to that backpack?
I had lent it to the defendant and I never got it returned.
Okay. Why had you loaned it to the defendant?
He wanted to use it.
To use the tattoo equipment?
Yes, sir.
And do you know that when the defendant went into custody, that the police took control of that backpack?
I didn't know at the time.
Okay. If I tell you now, you certainly understand that, right?
Yes, Detective Duke told me that.
Did you ever talk to the defendant about not involving you in this issue?
No, sir. No, sir.
Did the defendant ever tell you that he acted according to instructions from you?
No, sir.
Did he ever tell you what had happened or what he did?
No, sir.
Now, at the very beginning, the state asked you if you did not want to testify today.
Correct.
Why not?
I didn't feel I would be helpful to anything.
And you understand that at some point, the defendant did implicate you in this.
I was informed yesterday.
So you didn't know that until yesterday, right?
Detective Duke had mentioned something similar, but that's yesterday they let me know.
So Detective Duke told you that later, that you were implicated?
No, what he said is that it would be my best interest to let him know the truth because that they had already had a confession from the defendant.
So you met Detective Duke more than once, right?
Correct.
Once before he talked to the defendant and once afterwards.
Correct.
And did you tell Duke, once the defendant was arrested on this charge, did Duke tell you what he's looking at?
No, sir.
And did Detective Duke ask you about your involvement?
No, sir.
Not one question about that?
Not
no?
that I recall. Oh, I'm sorry, he did. He asked about if I would give them permission to check my phone to make sure I wasn't in the area.
Right. And you consented to that, right?
Correct.
And I assume you had to either open the phone or give him the passcode to get into it?
No, sir. I believe they were gonna do some other kind of way.
But you gave him the phone number, of course, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you also stated a minute ago that you spoke to the defendant a few days ago.
Correct. Possibly last week.
Because he called you?
Yes, sir.
What did y'all talk about?
I don't recall. It's usually just conversations.
Just conversations?
I believe so. It's just usually like sexual conversations.
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, special conversations.
No, I said sexual conversations. Sexual conversations.
Oh, I see. Basically sort of like phone sex, huh?
More or less.
Of course, you did not talk about your testimony here in trial, did you?
No, sir.
And by the time you spoke to him, you already knew that you were subpoenaed to be here, right?
No, sir.
You also indicated in your earlier testimony to the state that you went over to those apartments.
Yes, sir.
Why did you go over there?
To have sex.
And that was because the defendant was still living with Valerie,
Correct.
and you would go over there whenever Valerie was not at home?
It was a one-time yes.
So what you're saying to this jury is that you went over to those apartments only one time to have a sexual relationship with the defendant?
Correct.
Has the defendant ever threatened you in any way about your testifying here today?
No, sir.
And getting back to the two lies you told Detective Duke about the defendant having a gun and the defendant being angry, why did you lie to him?
I was upset.
Sorry?
Upset.
Upset with the defendant? Upset with the police?
No, with the defendant.
And obviously, y'all have resolved those issues, right?
Correct.
I might have a moment. I have a couple more quick questions for you, okay?
Okay.
Were you working back in September of 2018?
Yes, sir.
Where at?
At a convenience store.
At where?
A convenience store
And where was that?
on East Commerce.
So you were like the cashier there?
Yes, sir.
And did you ever have people come look for you there at the store?
I believe so.
Who would that be?
Some kind of investigator.
Was that before you met Duke?
I don't recall.
And how late did you work at that convenience store?
Until midnight.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Until midnight.
No, I mean, how late in calendar time? In other words, when did you leave that store?
September of last year.
So that would be September of '23?
Yes, sir.
Fact is, as you sit there today, you don't know if the defendant did this or not, do you?
I don't know, sir.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll redirect. Okay, Ms. Cortez. Defense asked you about that 2009 drug charge that you were on probation for, and you answered that you successfully completed your probationary period.
Correct.
Obviously, I don't know the facts of that case, but let me ask you. You said it was 4 to 200 grams of the penalty group 1 substance. Was it closer to the 4 grams or the 200 grams?
I don't recall.
Fair enough. Let me ask it this way. Were you charged with possession with intent to deliver? In other words, were you drug dealing? Or
I was
just
not
possession?
selling drugs.
Not selling, just possession.
Correct.
And that's what the chart says, right? Possession,
Correct.
not with intent. Right?
I believe so.
Okay. No violent history.
No, sir.
Just those 2 drug events in 2009 and in 2019.
No, sir.
Right? And the 2019 one you told us was synthetic weed, basically. Or THC extract, I'm sorry.
I believe it might have been a cartridge.
Okay, so that was like a vape pen
Yes.
THC extract, right?
Right.
Okay. Remind me, Ms. Cortez, why did you stop seeing the defendant?
Basically, I didn't stop seeing him until he got incarcerated. I want to say sometime in 18.
Okay, so before then, you were still seeing him.
Correct.
No fallout, no breakup, anything like that?
No.
Okay. So you told defense counsel that when you met with Detective Duke, you were angry at him?
I was upset.
Okay, and at that point, he had already been incarcerated, right?
I believe so.
So
I believe so. I'm not sure.
sorry, ma'am, didn't mean to interrupt you, but so why were you upset?
The back and forth between me and the other person,
The other person being
Valerie.
Okay. So you were aware that Valerie and the defendant were still seeing each other?
Correct.
Okay. And that made you upset?
Correct.
Okay. Defense counsel asked you about Jilson, or I'm sorry, you testified when defense counsel was asking you that Jilson asked you to interpret the prescription bottle. Why did he do that?
He didn't ask me to interpret. He just asked what it was.
And why would he do that?
I'm sorry?
Why did he do that?
I don't know.
Well, let me ask it this way. The defendant doesn't speak English, right?
Correct.
You always communicated with him in Spanish?
Yes.
Okay. So could it be that maybe he didn't understand the writing on the bottle?
Correct.
Okay, so he kind of asked you to translate, hey, what is this?
Correct.
Okay, and then you told him it was methadone. And that's how you came across the name of Julia Wright. When you were interpreting that label, you saw the person named in the prescription, right?
I actually didn't look at it at that time. It was like when the detective showed it to me, he's the one that showed me the name, told me the name on it.
But you did read the bottle for the defendant, right?
Correct.
And that's how you found out it was methadone.
Well, I recognize the bottle, yes.
Sure, so on the bottle, there has to be a patient name, right?
I'm pretty sure.
So you would have seen it at that time.
I don't remember, but yes.
Okay. All right, so you testified as well that you're still in contact with Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez.
Correct.
You told defense counsel that you had resolved your issues, right?
Correct.
So let me ask you, what are your current feelings about the defendant in this case?
I care about him, have a lot of love for him.
So you still love him?
Correct.
And this is despite the fact that he's trying to implicate you in this crime?
It's his person, correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It's the person that I know that I say that I love.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all the questions that I have for you, Ms. Cortez. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a couple more questions, okay?
Okay.
You indicated that the defendant showed you the bottle that had Julia's name on it, right?
Correct.
You explained to him what that was for.
Correct.
Was that before you had Mr. Reed take the bag of clothes to the police?
I don't recall.
Maybe, probably, or you just don't know?
I don't remember.
Did the name Julia Wright ring any kind of bell with you as to why that name was there or anything?
No, sir.
It's not like something you had seen in the news or read about
No,
in the
sir.
paper, nothing like that, right?
No, sir.
And you indicated, I think earlier, testimony that the police found the box at your house?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you know where the police found the box?
I was told it was at his apartment.
With Valerie?
Correct.
And I assume it was the police that told you?
Yes, sir.
I have a couple of other questions. Did the defendant on his cell phone have video access to the apartment where he lived?
I don't remember.
And did the defendant show you any images of that apartment or the police there or anything like that?
I don't recall.
And where did the police find the pill bottle with Julia's name on it?
I don't think they found it.
As a witness, Your Honor.
Super briefly, Judge, on the redirect. Just two questions, Ms. Cortez. First, so despite the methadone bottle being left behind at your apartment, the defendant took the silver and black lockbox with him when he left,
Correct.
and he left that bag of clothes.
Correct.
So bag of clothes, methadone bottle with the victim's name on it, but he takes the box.
Correct.
And then secondly, Mr. Schaefer was asking you about police finding the pill bottle. And remind me, I believe you testified that you gave it to
Correct.
the police.
Correct.
So they never found it, it was given.
Correct.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
And the way the pill bottle got to the police, you gave it to Mr. Reed to turn over?
No, I actually gave it to Detective Duke.
Why had you held on to it?
I just left it there because I forgot about it.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Nothing further from the stage, Your Honor.
Jurors, I'm going to give you a morning break for 15 minutes. We are going to work until 12:30 today.
All right, for the jury, you can leave your writing material on your chair.
Thank you. You may be seated. The witness has been sworn. State, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state will call Dr. Garrett Phillips to the stand.
You may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, please. Dr. Phillips, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you kindly introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Good morning. I'm Dr. Garrett Phillips.
Where are you presently employed, Dr. Phillips?
I work at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office.
How long have you worked there?
I worked there as a trainee in 2014 and 2015. That was a year of fellowship training, and then I returned as a staff member at the end of 2021, so 2 years since returning.
Okay. And you are a licensed medical doctor?
That's correct.
What sort of education and training have you received to achieve that medical doctorate?
In order to attain a medical doctorate, you complete 4 years of undergraduate training at university. I completed that at Baylor University in Waco, Texas. And following that, 4 years of medical school training at Baylor College of Medicine in Houston, Texas.
When did you decide you wanted to be a medical examiner?
That was probably during my time at Baylor University. My brother actually bought a copy of one of Dr. DeMaio's books, who was formerly chief medical examiner here. And when he decided not to pursue that course of work, I swiped the book from him, and events, one thing led to another.
That's right. And Mr. DeMaio is for whom the crime lab is named after now, right?
Dr. DeMaio's name is on the medical examiner building, that's right.
That's right. Okay. Have you ever testified before as a medical examiner or as an expert?
Yes.
How many times? A few or many?
It's probably north of a dozen by now.
How many autopsies have you had the occasion to perform?
That number is probably going to be north of about 2,000 by now. That's inclusive both of cases that I perform myself as staff, as well as cases that I've supervised people in training, residents or fellows.
What are the duties of a medical examiner at the medical examiner's office?
Our duties are statutorily defined. In brief, we are tasked with determining the cause and manner of death in certain cases that are defined by statute. And to briefly summarize those cases, they include deaths which are not natural deaths. They're the result of trauma, drug intoxication, or some other non-natural process, or any death that occurs suddenly or unexpectedly, for which the medical profession does not have, at the time of that person's death, an adequate understanding of why they died. There are a few other categories of deaths that are reportable to the office, such as deaths in custody or deaths of children under 6 years old. Again, those are all reported to us as a matter of law, and it's our duty to investigate those. And if a cause and manner of death have not been clearly determined by the medical profession, to examine those cases in order to obtain a cause and manner of death.
Doctor, were you employed with the medical examiner's office when the autopsy pertaining to a Miss Julia Wright and a Nicholas Milanovich was performed?
I was not employed in Bexar County at that time.
Okay. So you were not the medical examiner that actually performed the autopsy?
Correct, I was not.
Fair enough. So let's talk about that. As part of your duties as a medical examiner, are you also the custodian of records for files and documents, photographs, etc., of the medical examiner's office?
I am a custodian of records, yes.
Fair enough. And when you say a custodian, it's because there are more than one?
Effectively, you could consider there to be, yes, more than one.
Fair enough. As a medical doctor, with the qualifications that you laid out for us before, and as well as as part of your duties at the medical examiner's office as a medical examiner, are you able to review autopsies performed by other medical doctors, other medical examiners, and assess their conclusion?
As part of those duties, yes, we will always generate reports of examination, whether those are autopsy examinations or external examinations, for the purposes of enabling future reference of those cases, other doctors to come in, review those cases, and formulate their opinions regarding cause and manner of death, yes.
So that's something that happens.
It does.
Were you able to do so in this case?
I was.
Okay, doctor, let me show you what has been marked. Or may I approach the witness, Your Honor? State's Exhibit number 63 through 72. If you could just kindly take a look through these and tell me if you recognize what these exhibits are. Okay, so it's 63, sir. Starting with that one. What is State 63?
63 is the autopsy report inclusive of diagrams and the toxicology report for a medical examiner case number 2018-2403.
And on whom was that autopsy performed, sir?
That was performed on a Julia Chase Wright.
Is this a document that you reviewed in preparation for your testimony here today?
It was.
Were you able to successfully review it?
Yes.
And were you able to reach a conclusion on it?
Yes.
Perfect. Can you tell us about the rest of them? So stage 64 through 69, do you recognize those, sir?
Yes.
And what are they?
Those were photographs taken during the aforementioned examination.
Of whom were the photographs taken?
They were taken of the individual examined, the Julia Chase Wright.
Okay. And did you review those photographs, as well as many others, in the course of you making a determination in this case?
I did.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the photographs that were taken and the ones that you reviewed in your findings?
They do.
Okay. Altered or changed in any way?
I don't see any alterations.
Or not? Tell us about stage 70, sir.
This likewise is the report on a case 2018-2408.
And on whom was the autopsy performed?
Nicholas Andrew Milanovich.
Were you able to review that document and ultimately reach a conclusion?
I was.
And tell us about states 71 and 72, sir.
These likewise are photographs taken during that examination.
And of whom was the photograph taken of?
The same individual in that examination, Nicholas Andrew Milanovich.
Did you review these photographs as part of your process for making a conclusion?
I did.
Remind us, Doctor, who performed the initial autopsy?
These autopsies were actually performed, as I mentioned, we will have trainees in forensic pathology. I was one here in Bexar County. The Bexar County office does train fellows. These examinations were both performed by the current fellow trainee, Dr. Heather Gage, and they were supervised by staff members present at the office at the time.
Fair enough. Do you know the date and time that these autopsies were performed?
The first referenced, 2018-2403, was performed on October 1st, 2018. The second, 2408, was performed on October 3rd of that same year.
Okay, and we're going to talk about that, but thank you for that, Doctor. Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer into evidence states exhibits number 63 through 72, entering to opposing counsel for inspection.
We have no objection to 68, 69, and 72.
68, 69, and 72 are admitted.
Our objections to 63 and 70 is that we don't think the proper predicate has been laid. Judge, can we approach on the pictures?
Yes. For purposes of the record, the objections to 64, 65, 66, 67, and 71 are overruled. Those items will be admitted.
Have a seat, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Okay. Dr. Phillips. So, in this case, there were 2 autopsies performed.
Yes, there were 2 cases
Fair enough.
as far as the medical examiner is performed, or is concerned.
2 separate individuals.
Correct.
Let's sort of break it up one at a time. Let's start talking about State's Exhibit 63, I showed you earlier, now admitted into evidence. That would be the autopsy report on Julia Chase Wright. Can you tell us how old Ms. Wright was at the time of her autopsy?
She was 21 years old.
Okay, can you kind of walk us, Dr. Phillips, over how the autopsy was performed and what the ultimate finding was?
Anytime we're going to take custody of a body for an examination, the body is going to be brought to the medical examiner's office for examination. When the body is brought, the condition can vary based on how the person died. Sometimes people will be dead at home, or as we say at the scene where they died. They'll come in with all of the clothing that they were wearing, all of the personal property that they have. Sometimes someone will come from a hospital where they have been transported and subsequently died. They'll come in with any changes associated with medical therapy or treatment that has been attempted before their death. So the examination of a body in these cases is going to be documentation of the body as it's received, with all of its clothing, all of its property, if any, all of the medical intervention, and we are progressively going to remove the medical interventions, the clothing, even down to the dirt and blood that may be on the body at the time, until we have completely cleaned the body, and at that point we're going to begin the external examination of the unclothed body. We're looking for any scars, marks, or tattoos that might identify the body, the general characteristics of the body, any evidence on the surface of the body of traumatic injury, or in fact any natural disease. At that time we may begin to take specimens for toxicological testing, including blood as well as the fluid from the eyes, the vitreous fluid, and then we're going to proceed, if a complete autopsy is being performed, to an internal examination of the body. We'll make incisions and open the body and examine the cavities of the body, first looking at the organs as they lay inside the body and then removing them and dissecting them. Again, we're looking for any evidence of natural disease or traumatic injury. At that point, we have the ability to take additional specimens for testing, whether that's toxicological testing, whether that's microscopic examination on glass slides. And at that point, having completed all that dissection, our examination of the body will be complete, and then we will move on again to reviewing the results of that further testing.
All right, doctors, let's talk about the external examination of Julia Wright. What can you tell us about what was found on the external examination of Ms. Wright?
The most significant finding in this case was a gunshot wound of the face involving the right cheek.
Was there any stippling?
Stippling, there was stippling, also known as powder tattooing, that is present on the face, yes.
Let's talk about that. What do we mean, or what does the medical examiner's office mean when we're describing powder tattooing?
Powder tattooing is a phenomenon that can occur when a gun is discharged at a person at very close range. When the weapon is discharged, obviously the bullet is going to exit the muzzle of the gun, exit the barrel. But not only the bullet exits the muzzle of the gun, there will be as well hot gases that are produced when the weapon is discharged, as well as burning and unburnt particles of gunpowder, as well as combustion residues. And if the gun is discharged in sufficiently close proximity to the body, all of those things can strike the body and cause findings on the skin of the individual. So with reference specifically to powder tattooing, we're talking about a range of fire such that those burning and unburnt particles of gunpowder that exited with the bullet actually strike and abrade the skin. And that produces the finding known as powder tattooing or stippling, which is multiple punctate or small red abrasions, some which may have embedded particulate material of gunpowder itself that are going to be on the skin that is surrounding the wound on the body.
Now, Dr. Phillips, you told us that that type of phenomenon is produced or results when the shot is at close proximity.
Correct.
Is it possible to determine the exact distance?
That's always going to be difficult. To a certain extent, the numbers that we're producing are a bit fuzzy. We can test fire the weapon with the same ammunition against witness panels, let's say white fabric, to see the pattern of deposition that occurs on the paper. But the critical thing to remember, again, is that the powder tattooing is defined by the abrasions that are caused on the skin. So very much that is a function of human skin. So to get an exact distance, you would have to shoot not only human skin, you would have to shoot living human skin to get that proper, patterning produced. Obviously, no one's going to allow you to do that. So to a certain extent, this is going to be a bit fuzzy. But from what we know, from having observed many, many cases, is that powder tattooing typically begins at a range of a couple of inches. Before that, most of that gunpowder is simply going to enter the defect produced by the bullet, and it can continue out to a range of a few feet, maybe a couple of feet, depending on the particular combination of barrel and ammunition and projectile, 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 feet. The reason that it doesn't occur beyond that is because the gunpowder particles are very small. They don't have a lot of mass or momentum. And so beyond that range, they can still fly across the distance and land on the body, but they no longer have enough of an impact to actually abrade the skin or become embedded into it. So we're talking about some phenomenon that's occurring at a range of a couple of inches up to a few feet.
So definitely close proximity. And that was present on Julia Wright's face during the external examination.
That's correct. There were relatively sparse punctate abrasions with some of those embedded, particulates of unburnt gunpowder.
Now, you also told us about an apparent gunshot wound to the facial area. Can you tell us about that?
So that is a defect that is going to be on the right cheek. It represents an entrance wound for several reasons. First of all, it has the gold standard of entrance wounds, which is there's only one gunshot to the body and the bullet didn't exit. So by that fact alone, it's going to be an entrance wound. However, entrance wounds also have some characteristic morphological or shape features. They tend to be relatively regular, round, and punched out. And obviously, any wound that is going to have those findings of close-range firing, the soot or the powder tattooing that we've described, they're either going to be entrance wounds or there will be an entrance wound nearby them.
Was there an exit wound? You were describing that first wound you described might have been an entrance wound or was an entrance wound. Was there an exit wound?
In this case, there was. The answer, unfortunately, is slightly complex. Bullets can be retained in the body and yet cause a defect of the overlying skin if they lodge just underneath the skin. So in this case, there was a laceration of the left ear, but the bullet did not exit that laceration. It came to a stop right there, and as it came to a stop in the ear pinna, basically, it caused a small defect, which people will describe these differently. Some people will just say it's a laceration. Some people would say an incomplete exit.
Yeah. So was the projectile, in other words the bullet, able to be recovered as it pertains to Julia Wright?
It was.
And that was because it was retained.
Yes, it did not exit. It only caused a small defect in the ear, but the bullet basically lodged right in that region.
And Judge, if I might have permission to publish some state exhibits on the projector. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so let me show you, Dr. Phillips. First, a diagram that is included in State's Exhibit number 63, the autopsy report of Miss Julia Wright. Let me see if I can stay out of your way now that you can see what this diagram is. You recognize that diagram, sir? I'll stand over here. Can you see that diagram, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to point to something on the diagram, and can you describe what I'm pointing to?
So that finding is going to be the entrance wound that we described on the right cheek.
And for purposes of the record, I'm pointing at the bottom left of the image to a circular circle. Okay. And next to it says gunshot entrance wound, right?
Correct.
What about these little dots located on the nose and eye area of the right side of this image?
So those are the physician's representation of those punctate abrasions caused by powder tattooing. Generally speaking, again, you can imagine as those exit the body, as they exit the barrel of the gun, they're going to strike the body, so we would expect them to be more or less in the vicinity of the entrance wound. We would expect some shading of the curvature of the head. So again, in this case, we have the powder tattooing or stippling noted most prominently on the right side of the face where that entrance wound is, with the left side of the face being relatively spared.
And for the record, Dr. Phillips, I think I misspoke. I meant the bottom left of the image, right side of the diagram's face. I think I said right side of the image. Apologies for that. Okay. So, on the bottom right image of this diagram in State's Exhibit number 83, what am I pointing to now?
So you are pointing at the back of the left ear pinna, which is the region where the projectile was retained.
Okay. And speaking of the retained projectile, let me show you State's Exhibit 68 and 69, sir. What is State 68?
These are, again, this is one of the photographs taken during the examination, probably nearer the conclusion of the examination than the beginning, showing that recovered projectile with the medical examiner case number labeled on the filter paper.
And what about 69?
A closer view of same.
And is there a difference in the casing as depicted in both of these images? Let me kind of juxtapose them and see if you can see if there's any discernible between this one and this one.
So what you can see basically is that as the projectile has traversed from the entrance to its point where it lodged, the jacket of the projectile has separated from the core. So what you have is a brown or copper colored metallic jacket more towards the left of the image, with the gray or white metallic presumably lead core, as well as additional fragments towards the right and the bottom of the image.
And Dr. Phillips, are you familiar with the term hollow point?
I am familiar with it.
Have you ever encountered hollow point bullets or hollow point rounds throughout the course of your medical training or experience as a medical examiner?
I have.
Would you characterize these as a hollow point round?
It's deformed enough that I am not certain. All I can say for certain is that the jacket has separated from the core as it proceeded through the body.
Fair enough. Thank you, Doc. Okay. Can you tell us, Dr. Phillips, well, I guess let's talk about the internal examination. Was an internal examination performed on Julia Wright?
It was.
And you were able to, for lack of a better layman's term, get inside her head and see the damage that this bullet wound had caused?
The prosecting doctor, yes, did document those findings.
Fair enough. Thank you for the distinction. Were you able to review that doctor's findings?
Yes.
And what can you tell us about those findings?
So from the right side of the face, the projectile is going into the mouth. And during its course, it's going to hit the mandible, the jawbone, as well as the tongue. It actually is going into the facial skull through the palate, and then it's going to exit the facial skull again on the left side of the head. One of the most significant injuries as the projectile passed from right to left is a transection of the internal carotid artery on the left.
And by transaction, can't even pronounce it. Would that be a cutting?
Effectively, yes. What happens is the projectile is basically taking the vascular structure of the artery and it is going straight through it and creating two pieces where there was one.
Would that potentially lead to a heavy blood loss?
Potentially, yes.
Dr. Phillips, you said that the bullet impacted, I guess, on the jaw.
It did fracture the right side of the jaw, yes.
So if a tooth was found at the crime scene, could it potentially have come from that bullet impact?
That would be possible.
Can you tell us the direction of travel of the bullet in relation to the body?
So the primary direction was going to be a right to left. Obviously, since it enters about here and ends up near the ear, it's also going somewhat front to back and somewhat upwards.
So kind of diagonally from the, if I'm pointing correctly, like this.
From the right cheek to the left ear.
So based on your expert opinion, where would the firearm would have to be located in order to produce that kind of a wound?
So it's going to have to basically be along that line. If we have bullet here and entrance here, the firearm is somewhere out here, off to the right side of the head. It's critical to remember that we're going to describe these directions of the projectile with reference to the body in anatomical positioning, which is to say we imagine a body standing, feet facing forward, arms down facing forward, and the head facing directly forward. So to say that the gun was to the right side, we need to specify that we do mean the right side of the face, because obviously the head can turn in many different directions, and as you turn the head or the body, you will turn, or move through an arc where that firearm would have to be. So there are many different, physical possibilities aside from simply saying that it would have to be in such an orientation from the right side of the head or the face to be able to produce the entrance here and the bullet here in the left ear.
Thank you, Doctor. Okay, so let's turn now. Actually, let's talk about the... Let me backtrack a little bit, Doctor. Seeing this wound, would you expect a person that suffers this type of wound to live?
I would not necessarily expect them to die immediately.
Fair enough, okay. And that's kind of what I'm getting at. Is it possible that someone who suffers this kind of wound would then be able to get up and move around?
That is possible. I will say there are other associated injuries that make that, to me, quite impressive. There are contusions of some of the surfaces of the brain, as well as a little bit of bleeding inside the cranial cavity. So even though the bullet did not traverse the cranial cavity in the brain, it did cause some related associated damage to the brain and the cranial cavity itself. In many ways, my job is going to be retrospective. I simply look at what the bullet has done, not really able to predict what someone would do. So yes, I wouldn't expect someone to immediately die. I think I wouldn't necessarily be able to say definitively that someone would immediately be rendered unconscious or might have a period of unconsciousness immediately after the bullet struck and then be able to regain consciousness before the blood loss then were to progress beyond the point of no return. So there are some, again, aspects to this that I don't think I can speak to absolutely definitively.
Fair enough, Doctor. Were you able to reach a conclusion as to the cause and manner of death in Miss Julia Wright's case?
Yes.
And what was that conclusion, sir?
The cause of death was the gunshot wound that entered the face, and the manner was homicide.
Now, was a toxicology report performed on Ms. Wright?
It was.
Were you able to review that?
I was.
And what can you tell us about that toxicology report?
Some substances were identified during the course of the toxicological testing, specifically diphenhydramine, that is the generic name for Benadryl, as well as methadone and methadone metabolites.
Okay. No other substances?
I do not believe others were identified.
Okay. Okay, so there was a second autopsy performed, another case, and you told us that that was on a Nicholas Milanovich. Can you tell us how old Nicholas Milanovich was at the time of his death?
This individual was 23 years old.
Now, you told us initially that the autopsy was performed on October 3rd of 2018. So much later than that of Ms. Wright, which took place on October 1st of 2018, right? So about 2 days after.
Correct.
Do you have any knowledge as to why that took place?
In this case, this individual was not pronounced dead at the scene. They were taken to the hospital where they were pronounced dead later. In addition, organ procurement occurred at the hospital following pronouncement of death, and that accounts for some of this delay.
So let's talk about that, doctor. What is organ procurement?
Organ procurement is where basically you're going to have an individual who is pronounced dead, often brain death, although they may be supported on a ventilator machine. And if those persons are organ donors or their families choose to donate their organs, the organs will be procured for transplantation into other individuals who will need them.
So you were able to learn by reviewing Nicholas's medical records that an organ procurement had been performed on him prior to his remains going to the medical examiner.
And by review of the autopsy report, where obviously the organs that are procured are not going to remain in the body.
Absolutely. So Nicholas Milanovich was an organ donor.
Yes, several of his organs were procured.
Was there also evidence of medical intervention on his body?
There was.
And that would have been performed at the hospital when they attempted to save his life?
At the hospital and possibly by emergency medical personnel as they were transporting him to the hospital.
And doctor, you told us that you were able to review the autopsy report for Nicholas Milanovich. Was the autopsy performed in the exact same manner and procedure as that of Julia Wright? I
don't know if I'd say exact. Every case is its own individual case. So it would probably be inappropriate to do an exact duplicate of an autopsy on one person, and try to apply that to someone who has different pathological processes or different findings. However, the general outline of how the body is brought to the medical examiner's office and evaluated, yes, in general that's going to be followed, looking for anything that's critical in this case versus, what may be critical in a different case.
And based on your review of the findings, doctor, what can you tell us about the external examination of Nicholas Milanovich?
In addition to the changes related to organ donation and medical therapy, he also had a gunshot wound to the head that involved the region of the right eyebrow.
Was that an entrance wound or an exit wound?
In this case, exactly the same manner. That was an entrance wound for the same reasons. There was a single gunshot wound and there was no exit. The projectile was retained in the head. Likewise, in this case, there were also findings of powder tattooing.
So again, what would you estimate the distance that the shot came from to be?
Again, we're talking about relatively close range, a matter of, at most, some few feet.
And Judge, if I may publish some more statements on the Illinois projector.
Yes.
Okay, doctor, let me show you states number 70. And it's going to be another diagram in state 70. What are we looking at on this diagram?
This is a diagram of the entire body, and this is useful to see because this does illustrate the anatomic positioning that I was describing. The body standing, arms down, palms forward, feet forward, head forward. And likewise in this diagram, a gunshot entrance wound in the region of the right eyebrow has been documented.
Yes, doctor. So I'm going to point to it, left side of the image, near the top, right above the right eye. What am I pointing to?
Correct. That is the diagrammed entrance wound.
And you said that the projectile was retained.
Correct.
So let me show you states number 72. What is states number 72?
This likewise is a photograph taken during the examination of the projectile that was recovered, again with a labeled envelope showing that medical examiner case number.
Now, doctor, I want to ask you the same question that I asked you regarding Ms. Wright, but in this instance about Mr. Milanovich. Would you expect someone to suffer a wound like this and live?
This one, I would not. Again, there can be some complications. I would not necessarily expect someone to be dead or pronounced dead immediately. However, this shot did traverse the brain itself. It went from the region of the right frontal lobe of the brain to the left parietal lobe. Having stayed, as we say, supratentorially, that is to say above the tentorium, it's not necessarily going to immediately interfere with breathing. The infratentorial space, where your brainstem and cerebellum are, is much more involved in breathing. However, that shot that's going to traverse both cerebral hemispheres above the tentorium, I would say that is much more likely to result in rapid, if not nearly immediate incapacitation, loss of consciousness. So I would expect someone, under most circumstances, to be rendered rather immediately unconscious. Beyond that, you're going to, if the brainstem survives and the heart and the lungs keep working, that individual may remain alive from a cardiopulmonary standpoint. They can still maintain some of their respiratory functions and their heartbeat, but eventually that injury is going to start shutting down the body as the brain begins to swell. That's the typical brain response to injury. And so as that occurs, you're going to progress to brain death. And the reason we're going to have a concept of brain death is quite simply because we now have the technology to support heart and lung function with a ventilator as the brain stem is slowly crushed by the herniation of the swelling brain.
Yes, doctor. So I'm glad that you mentioned breathing. So based on the analysis that you just provided the jury, if, say, the responding officers that first arrived on scene reported that they thought Milanovich Nicholas was breathing or making a gurgling sound, that would be something in the realm of possible.
I would expect that not only to be possible, but the fact that the individual is not pronounced dead at the scene but is transported to the hospital indicates that those responding emergency medical personnel still retained some signifier that there was life from a cardiorespiratory standpoint, whether that be a pulse, a heartbeat, or respiratory effort. Again, their job is not to pronounce someone dead. Their job is simply to get them to the hospital to be further evaluated to see if the injury might be survivable or not.
And at that point, Dr. Phillips, based on your analysis, safe to conclude that Nicholas had suffered severe brain damage as a result of the bullet.
That injury was deemed non-survivable.
Now, regarding Miss Julia Wright, if the facts in the case show that she had become ambulatory or moving, and her body was ultimately found on the breezeway, you said that you would find her or that movement shocking or surprising, but not impossible.
I wouldn't find it impossible, and again, shocking is probably an overstatement. It's simply a reflection of the impressive robustness of the human machine. As I've performed autopsies and reviewed cases, I've been impressed both by how robust the human body can be and how frail at the same time. There are things that kill people that amaze me, and there are things that people survive that also have amazed me. And again, when I say survive, I always see people who are dead, but sometimes they have survived the initial injury for quite some time before ultimately succumbing to a very late onset complication.
And I guess the last thing I have for you, Dr. Phillips, is can you tell us the trajectory of the bullet as it relates to the human body on Nicholas Milanovich?
Similarly, in this case, the path is right to left, although maybe a little bit more front to back in this case, and also, again, at the eyebrow going to the left parietal skull slightly upwards.
So when you say similarly, there are some distinctions, but it is similar to the wound track or the path of the travel of Julia Wright.
The three sort of directionalities are more or less the same, although, again, given the fact that the body may very well not be in anatomic positioning when shot, and two bodies don't necessarily have to be lined up parallel to one another, beyond that I can't say.
Fair enough, Doctor. What was the cause and manner of death for Nicholas Milanovich?
Again, in my opinion, the cause of death is this gunshot wound of the head that injured the brain, and manner homicide.
Thank you, Doctor. The state will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Let's go ahead and break for lunch. It's almost 12:30. So 1:45, let's reconvene so that we can continue with the cross-examination. You remain under the same instructions.
All right, for the jury, you can leave your writing material on the chair.
That's correct.
And then the second autopsy on Nicholas Milanovich was October the 3rd of 2018.
Correct.
And in both of those autopsies, you were not there for either autopsy.
I was not.
Not for the first autopsy
No.
or the second autopsy.
No.
In fact, in 2018, you weren't even working for the ME's office, is that right?
Not for the Bexar County ME's office, no.
So essentially, you're testifying, I guess, from the autopsy reports that were done by somebody else.
I am testifying based on my review of those reports as well as the photographic documentation and the investigative information that was developed by the office at the time.
Right. So essentially, you're relying on the work of other people, work that you did not do.
I'm relying on those reports, the photographs, review of those photographs, and the investigative information.
Okay, but you didn't actually perform either autopsy.
That's correct.
And there's no video of the autopsy, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Because there are certain procedures for an autopsy, right, that should be followed to be done correctly.
Again, as I said earlier, in broad strokes, generally speaking, autopsies tend to look familiar simply because humans generally have the same sorts of parts, but in every case, the appropriate exam must be done. Depending on the findings or the particular problems of that case, the autopsy has to be tailored to those individual issues of that case.
Sure. But there's still an appropriate way to do an external examination, right?
Again, based on the individual characteristics of the case, if I were to not describe a scar, for instance, on the knee, that would be entirely appropriate if there were no scar, and it would be inappropriate if there were. So it always is going to depend on the particular characteristics of the case.
I think you get training as a medical examiner and the things that you're supposed to be doing, right?
Yes, there's a year of fellowship training in forensic pathology, and that's going to follow on the autopsy training that is performed during residency as well.
So while each autopsy, obviously, there's still a certain procedure or way that you're doing an external or internal examination, correct?
Generally speaking, again, simply because humans, generally speaking, follow the same sort of anatomical building blocks. So in many cases, autopsies are going to look fairly similar. In other cases, you're going to have special dissections depending on the problems of the case.
Sure, I mean, if you're going to follow certain generally accepted principles in the scientific community, there are certain ways that you need to do an autopsy, right?
Again, the goal is the adequate examination of the body. Generally speaking, yes, you're going to have to examine the external surface of the body. Yes, you are going to be examining the cranial cavity, the thoracic and abdominal cavities. So yes, those are all components of the autopsy that when a complete autopsy is performed, those components must be present, yes.
But your testimony today is essentially based on the assumption that everything was done correctly by the person who did the autopsy.
Well, my assumption is based on the review of their findings at autopsy.
Right, but you're still assuming that they did things correctly. I mean, if they didn't follow certain procedures right, you wouldn't know.
So I guess if you were to say that they just didn't open the body at all, in at least one of these cases, I do have a photograph of the dura, which is to say the inner lining of the skull. So again, I'm not entirely sure beyond saying that if someone were to completely lie about an autopsy having been performed, they would have to lie about it. That would be the fellow. Their staff physician would have to lie about it. Anyone who reviewed the case would have to lie about it. All of the autopsy assistants in the room that day would have to lie about it or be in on this lie. So, I mean, I guess there would have to be quite a grand number of people involved in not performing an autopsy and then generating a report and saying these are the findings of this autopsy that we did not perform. So
Well, it's not just about lying. could be negligence, correct?
In what form? I'm not sure I quite understand.
All right, are you saying that every autopsy done is always done correctly and always follows procedures by every medical examiner's office?
Again, given the exigencies of each individual case, I'm not sure that there's a general answer to that. I mean, a great example just in these two cases is, for instance, Nicholas's heart and liver and kidneys were not examined by the pathologist. Obviously, that's because those organs, they documented the absence of those organs. So everything, it is going to depend on the individual circumstances of that case. Beyond the goal, which is the complete adequate examination of the body in order to determine a cause and manner of death.
Yeah, I'm not here to belabor the point, doctor. I'm just trying to point out the fact that you were not the one there in the room doing the things, correct?
Correct. I did not perform these autopsies.
Now, both autopsies were done by, is it Heather Gage?
That's correct. That was the individual in fellowship training at the time being supervised by staff at the medical examiner's office.
You are an MD, a medical doctor, right?
Yes, I am.
Now, she is, it says an MBBCH.
That, I believe, is correct.
Okay, and what is that?
That would, I believe, be a medical degree, but I am not familiar with that medical degree, not having obtained one myself.
Is that from another country?
It might well be.
So you don't know if that's an American or another country in terms of that particular degree?
Again, I don't believe that's an American medical degree, but again, I am not familiar with it. I did not obtain that degree.
Now, in terms of the first autopsy report, it says it was, this is on Julia Wright, it was supervised by Dr. Frost,
That's correct.
and the second autopsy was supervised by Dr. Cannon.
Dr. Cannon, that's correct.
Okay. So both autopsies were performed by Heather Gage, but they were supervised by another medical examiner.
That's correct, one of the staff medical examiners.
Typically, I guess, when a medical exam is done, there's not two medical examiners who do it, correct?
When, for instance, I'm performing an autopsy, since I'm no longer in training, I will be performing that autopsy and responsible for that report. It's when you're in training that you have that supervision by the staff medical examiner.
Like, for example, you and Dr. Molina would typically do an autopsy together.
That's correct. We may be in the building. We might call one another over to say, hey, look at this. Give me an idea of what you think this is. But she would be doing her autopsies. I would be doing my autopsies.
So in both these two autopsies, Heather Gage is being supervised by another, I guess, more experienced medical examiner?
A staff medical examiner, yes.
Is that because that she's new or inexperienced? Do you know?
She was the fellow in training. So the capstone of training for a forensic pathologist is following medical school. You perform 3 or 4 years of residency training, typically, either in anatomic and clinical pathology or only anatomic pathology. And following that, you perform a year of training in forensic pathology. So Dr. Gage has completed her medical degree in whatever fashion or country that was. She has completed pathology residency training and is now in that final year of training in the subspecialty of forensic pathology.
But even in that final year of training, she still has to be supervised by a more experienced medical examiner.
Yes, that's correct. That final year of training is what makes an individual eligible to sit for board examination and certification in forensic pathology. And it is, once you've completed that year of training, you can become board certified in forensic pathology.
So you don't know the number of autopsies that Dr. Gage had done when she had done those two autopsies in 2018?
I don't.
And Dr. Frost, he retired?
Dr. Frost is retired, that's correct.
Dr. I'm sorry, I think it was Canaan, but you said Canaan?
Dr. Cannon.
he's over at the New Essex County MD's office?
That was my last knowledge, although, again, I don't know if anything has happened between the last time I spoke with him.
Do you know why he's not here?
He left to take a job in Corpus Christi, again, last I heard, and as far as I know, was still there.
Right, but he still comes and testifies in Bear County from time to time. Are you aware of that?
If Dr. Cannon testifies on one of his cases, obviously I'm not called on it, so I don't.
He testified in Bear County last year
I'm sorry?
in one of my cases.
I'm sorry?
Dr. Cannon.
Judge, the state is going through objective relevance.
What's the relevance?
He's pointing out that he is not the doctor that performed the autopsy, and there is another doctor who was there, but is not here.
Objection is sustained. Move along.
Is Dr. Gage still working for the Bear County Medical Examiner?
No.
Now, earlier you were asked questions about, I guess you told us about the toxicology for Julia Wright.
Yes.
And I don't think you told us what the toxicology was for Nicholas Milanovich.
I don't believe so.
And what was it?
For Nicholas Milanovich, substances including ketamine and a metabolite of ketamine, diphenhydramine, again, that's the generic name of Benadryl, those were both identified.
Okay. Now, according to your testimony earlier on Julia Wright, a bullet was recovered from the autopsy,
That's right.
and there was a picture of that was shown to the jury.
Correct, one of those photographs, perhaps two.
And there was also a bullet recovered from the body of Nicholas Milanovich,
Correct.
and that picture was also shown to the jury.
I believe that was one photograph.
So both bullets were recovered, one from each body.
One from each body, yes.
And do you know why those bullets were not sent over to Ed Wallace for examination?
When we recover those are appropriately packaged and submitted to the investigating law enforcement agency. What that evidence is subsequently subject to as far as examination goes is not part of the medical examiner's duties.
You do know who Ed Wallace is, right?
Yes, I am familiar with him.
Right, because you guys are all in the same building over at the crime lab.
Currently, we are.
Okay. So if I were to ask why those bullets were not submitted to the crime lab, your answer is, as I understand it, is that's not your decision, it's someone else's decision.
We're going to appropriately package and document that evidence, and then that's returned to the investigating agency, and they're going to subject that to whatever analyses they deem necessary.
So you don't know why that was not done in this case?
No, that's not a decision that the medical examiner would make.
I pass the witness.
Yes, briefly on redirect. Dr. Phillips, defense counsel spent some time asking you, and I'm not going to try to beat a dead horse, but regarding Dr. Cage, she was supervised as a fellow by other doctors
That's correct.
in the performance of her autopsies.
In these two cases, correct.
And you had the opportunity to review all of those materials, all of those photographs. Was the autopsy performed sufficiently well that you were able to review those results, compare them to the photographs and to all the information, and arrive at your own independent conclusion?
Yes.
And did you do so?
Yes.
Now, regarding the chemical substances, or the substances found on Nicholas, you said there was ketamine and what else, sir?
There was ketamine, a metabolite of ketamine, as well as diphenhydramine. Again, that's the generic name for Benadryl.
And what is ketamine?
Ketamine is a substance that, again, I'm not going to ever use in my practice since all I see are dead people, but it's not infrequently administered in the setting of an emergency procedure. However, there are some individuals who may obtain it illicitly and use it.
So it could potentially be evidence of the medical intervention that you guys, or that you told us about, that Nicholas received when he went to the hospital.
That is at least a possibility. I don't know if I can say definitively.
Fair enough. And that's all the questions I had for the doctor. I pass the witness on.
So on the issue of the ketamine, you don't know for sure if it was done by the hospital?
That I'm not sure. I would have to. I'd have to have access to medical records in front of me right now to be able to say that.
And earlier you said the supervision was done by other doctors, but you don't know the level of the supervision, do you?
In what way do you mean?
Well, were they there like for the entire time? Did they come in and out? I mean, you don't know that answer.
The ACGME standards are that the physician who is supervising will be immediately available for consultation. So I don't know if they are standing at the exact table or bedside the entire time, but they are expected to be immediately available for consultation. That was certainly the case when I trained at Bexar County a few years before these cases were done, and was trained both by Dr. Frost and by Dr. Cannon.
So being available for consultation doesn't necessarily mean that they have to be there, like standing next to them, right?
They don't necessarily have to be standing right at the table for the entirety of the exam.
I mean, they could be in a building waiting, for a call.
Depending on their comfort level with the fellow, depending on the comfort of the fellow with the case, yes, there are varying levels of supervision. But again, at the least, they need to be available for consultation and be available for immediate consultation.
So in terms of the level of supervision, the two doctors supervising may not have necessarily been in there when the actual autopsy was done, but they were available to go in there if she had any questions.
Again, the statement is for the entirety of the examination. Any supervising doctor is going to be expected to be at least present for some portions of the examination. They may not be present for the entire 2 or 3 hours, however long the examination takes.
And you don't know how long they were there because you obviously were not there.
I was not there.
I passed the witness.
No further questions from the state, Your Honor.
Thank you, Dr. State caller next witness.
Yes, Judge, and if I may, before the state calls its next witness, we would like to offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 73 and 74, these being, first and foremost, the death certificates of Julia Wright and Nicholas Milanovich. They are public records. They are also business records attached to them as the custodian record affidavit from the relevant agency in person. They have been tendered to opposing counsel prior to the introduction. I'm presenting it to defense counsel now for respect.
We have no objection to that admission, Your Honor.
State 73 and 74 are admitted.
Your Honor. And at this time, Your Honor, the state would call Mark Milanovich to the stand.
Adjust your chair as close as you can. Speak loud and clearly.
Okay.
Sir, hold on. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this cause shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, please report. Good afternoon, Mr. Milanovich.
Good afternoon.
Would you kindly introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
My name is Mark Milanovich.
And how old are you, sir?
I'm 66.
Do you presently reside in Bexar County?
No, I do not.
Where do you reside?
In northeast Texas, in Morris County, a little community called Omaha, Texas.
Have you ever lived in Bear County?
I have,
How long ago was that?
quite a few years.
Okay. What is your relationship, sir, to Nicholas Milanovich?
Well, Nicholas is my brother, but the Nicholas you're talking about is my nephew, my brother's son,
Okay, so you are
the uncle.
the victim's uncle.
Yes.
What do you do for a living, sir?
Well, I'm retired right now from the Texas Department of Public Safety.
Okay, so you were a BPS trooper?
I was for about 6 years. I promoted into what we now call the Criminal Investigations Division. I was there for 26 years, so a total of 32 years.
So 32 years with law enforcement here in the state of Texas.
Yes, sir.
And now you are retired.
Yes, I'm retired. I retired at the level of captain.
Okay. So you told us that you were the victim's uncle.
Correct.
Did you have occasion to meet or know Julia Wright?
I did.
Who was she to you or to the male victim, in this case, Nicholas?
Well, to Nicholas, that was his girlfriend. To me, she was just a friend. She was part of the family at that time because of Trey. We call him Trey.
Trey is what you call Nick?
Nicholas, yes.
Do you know how long Julia and Nicholas were dating for, or how long they knew each other?
No, I don't.
Had you ever met her in person?
Yes, I have a couple of times.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Milanovich, let me show you State's Exhibits number 76, 110, and 111 for identification purposes. Would you kindly take a look at these pictures and tell me if you recognize what they depict?
This first photograph is Trey and Julia. Trey on the left, Julia on the right.
And what about States 110?
This is Julia.
And what about States 111?
That's Trey. If you're looking at the picture, that's Trey on the left, and that's his brother Ben on the right.
So that would be another one of your nephews?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Milanovich, do these photographs accurately and fairly depict the people you described to us as you knew them in life?
Yes, they do.
And at this time, Your Honor, the State would offer into evidence States 111, 76, and 110, tendering to opposing counsel for inspection.
We have no objection to their admission, Your Honor.
State 76, 110, 111 are admitted?
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. All right, first, let me publish State's Exhibit number 76. Mr. Milanovich, can you tell us what we are looking at?
Yes, that's Trey on the left and Julia on the right.
And Trey, this being Nicholas?
That's me and Nicholas. Yes, my nephew.
And the one on the right you told us was Julia?
That's the girlfriend, Julia, yes.
Okay. States 110.
That is Julia.
And then finally 111.
As you're looking at the picture, that's Trey on the left, Nicholas, my nephew, and then that's Trey's brother, Ben, which is also my nephew.
Can you kind of describe for us what might be happening in States 111?
It looks like it may be Ben's high school graduation because he's got a graduating gown on, and if you look further to the left, it looks like the person out there has a graduating gown on as well.
Now, Mr. Milanovich, were you close to Trey, to your nephew?
Yes, he's my nephew, yes.
How would you describe him as a person for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Trey was pretty intelligent, very, if you will, he liked to read books that probably most of us didn't like to read, like chemistry books and things like that. I didn't, but he loved to do things like that. He loved people, he loved life, he liked to be around people and help people. And that's probably the biggest thing that Trey really liked to do, was to help folks.
Do you know how old he was when he died?
I think he was 23.
In being close to him in life, did you know if he had any plans or what he wanted to do with his life?
Well, at one point he wanted to be he wanted to invent some prosthesis for people, and I don't know if he still continued that, but that's what he wanted to get into, to try to invent and cure or help people that were missing artificial or missing limbs to assist them in that.
And what about Julia Wright? Did you know her well?
I didn't know her as well, but I knew she was going into the medical field. I think she wanted to be a medical doctor, an MD.
And do you know how old she was when she died?
I think she was 21.
Do you know if they were living together or what their living situation was at the time of their murder?
Yeah, I think they were living together in an apartment. I don't know which apartments, but here in San Antonio.
Okay. Before they were taken, when was the last time that you had any contact with them?
Well, here and there I would text them, but it was probably a pretty good while because I lived 6 hours away. I live up near Texarkana, and Trey and Julia lived here, so I didn't have real frequent contact with them.
What about with mom and dad of Nicholas?
Every once in a while, they live on the same property as my parents do, and my other brother, and so I'd see Nicky if I came down. I'd see him every time because he would come down once a day, at mom's house to help her with things. So I'd see Nicky, and then I'd see Stacy occasionally. So.
And just to be clear, Nicky is your brother.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, that's my brother, Nicky.
And that would have been Nicholas's father.
That would have been Trey's dad. Yes.
So they share the same name.
Yes.
And Stacy would be Nicholas's mom?
Yes.
Okay, just for the record, so we're all
Yeah,
on the
there's
same.
the Nicholas gets going. That's why we called him Trey, because there were 3 Nicholases.
Fair enough. Did you ever have occasion to meet any of Julia's family members?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know if she was close to her family?
Only through hearsay.
Okay, fair enough. So you don't have any personal knowledge?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. Difficult question to ask, but it's one that has to be asked. Are you aware if they were involved in anything illegal, like, for example, the sale of marijuana?
I'm not aware that they sold marijuana. I knew that they would partake in it, if you will.
So you know that they used it, perhaps recreationally, but don't know personally if they were involved in its sale.
I don't object to the form of the question, use of the word recreationally.
Consistent.
They used it,
Yes,
to your knowledge?
to my knowledge.
Okay. But not aware if they were involved in sale of it or anything?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. If you learned that they were, would you find it upsetting, surprising, anything along those lines?
Well, I'd find it upsetting considering my career field.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. Mr. Milanovich, I am going to show you now. May I approach your honor? Thank you, Judge. Some photographs that were taken at the medical examiner's office. Now, these have already been introduced into evidence, but I just want to make sure that we can identify who these 2 individuals are as they appeared to the medical examiners that performed their autopsy. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 64 and 71, as stated already in evidence. Let's start with 64. Who is depicted in State's Exhibit number 64?
That's Julia.
And who is depicted in State's Exhibit number 71, sir?
That's my nephew, Trey.
Thank you, Mr. Milanovich.
Yes, sir.
We passed away, Mr. Ronnie.
Good afternoon, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right, sir.
I understand that it's very difficult for you to be here today,
Yes, sir.
especially with all the years that you served in law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
When did you first confer with the DAs or any of their representatives about testifying in this case?
Well, I don't know what day it was, week or several weeks ago, I guess, because we've been talking on the phones about what the trial, upcoming trial and everything.
And I know the state has a lot of evidence in this case, including photographs of the apartment that Trey and Julia lived in, right?
I'm assuming so. I haven't seen any, but yes, sir.
Okay, and that was my next question, to see if they had shown you any of these photographs.
Only the photographs that they just showed me today.
Okay. And you understand that among the exhibits that have been admitted into evidence in this case, there's photographs of drugs in their apartment.
I wasn't aware of that, no, because I haven't seen any other photographs or hadn't talked about any other photographs with the prosecutors.
Understand? May I approach you? You're going to have to give me a minute to look through here, okay?
No, thank you, ma'am. There you go. Excuse me.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a photograph that was taken by the San Antonio Police Department.
Okay.
Were you familiar with the inside of their apartment? Had you been in there?
No, sir. I've never been to their apartment.
Okay. And in State's Exhibit 37, do you recognize that as a couch?
That's what it looks like, yes, sir.
That's what it looks like. And do you understand when they moved the pillow that there was some marijuana there?
I'm assuming that's what they're saying that it is, marijuana, yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know that that was nearly a pound of marijuana?
No, sir, I didn't know it was that much.
Huh?
I didn't know it was a pound.
And do you know that in other parts of the house, they also found marijuana out on a patio table?
No, I didn't know that.
And do you know that in the house, they found several pipes used to smoke?
No, I didn't know that.
And you had indicated that you knew Trey fairly well.
Yes, sir.
Do you own any guns?
Well, I want to say probably him and his brother both owned guns when they lived at my parents' property. They would shoot a gun here and there out on the back of the property, so I'm assuming they owned them.
Okay. And are you aware that when the inventory was done of the contents of the apartment, there was boxes of ammunition there?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Would that surprise you?
Not necessarily.
Because if they had guns, they need ammo for it, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay. Now, at the time of his death, on the 30th of September of 2018, was Nick going to school?
I don't know. I know he had gone to UTSA, but I don't know if he was currently enrolled at that time or not.
Do you know if he was working?
If he was, I don't know where it was at. Because I mean, I didn't check with him to see where he was.
Yeah, I understand this, and it's a long time ago that we're talking
Yes, sir.
about. You knew him well, but you're not sure if he was in school or working or doing what?
What's your question?
Let me rephrase it. You knew him and you knew him well, but you don't know whether he was going to school, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Didn't know whether he was working or not.
Okay?
So at the other end of the spectrum, he could have been sitting in the apartment smoking dope every day, for all you know.
You're speculating, but I'm speculating no, he didn't do that.
Even though dope was found all over the place.
Even though dope was found all over the place.
Do you know if Julia was working?
Couldn't tell you.
Do you know if Julia was going to school?
I don't know, sir. I believe so, but I don't know for sure.
Do you know that Julia had been given methadone just a few days prior to her death?
I knew she was on methadone, yes, sir.
Do you know what for?
Probably being heroin. Get off of heroin.
I would like to repeat something that I told Trey's father earlier. I'm very sorry that this has happened to him.
I understand.
Pass the witness.
The state has no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Milanovich.
Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Agent Joe Ibarra to the stand.
No.
Yes, he is police.
May we approach you?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, you did.
The witness has been sworn. You may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good afternoon, Mr. Ibarra.
Good afternoon, sir.
Would you kindly introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
My name is Joe Ibarra. I'm a special agent with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security Investigations here in town.
How long have you been employed by the Department of Homeland Security, sir?
27 years.
Are you a certified peace officer or federal agent?
A federal agent, yes, sir.
What sort of training did you receive in order to become a federal agent?
Actually, I was grandfathered in. I started with the U.S. Border Patrol back in 95, 96 in Arizona, and I became an immigration special agent here in San Antonio. And then after 9/11, they merged the Customs branch and the immigration branch, so we became ICE. Now we're Homeland Security Investigations, HSI.
Okay, so in total, how long have you been law enforcement?
27 years, sir.
Okay. What are your current duties?
I am in the gang unit, better known as the Export and Violence Unit, and I'm assigned to the TAG, which is the Texas Anti-Gang Center here in town.
Let's talk about any language skills that you possess, Agent Ibarra.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you are qualified or what your level of qualification is on any foreign language?
Yes, sir. I'm a Spanish speaker, and for Homeland Security Investigations, there's a scale of 1 to 5 as far as your proficiency in any foreign language. And mine for Spanish is a S3 plus.
Okay, so you told us it was a 1 to 5 scale?
Correct.
And you are a 3 plus?
Correct.
What is the requirement to become a 3 plus?
I can tell you what it says on the rating, and it's very simple. It just says general professional proficiency plus.
Okay, so general professional proficiency.
Yes.
Is that something that you have to take an examination for?
That's correct.
How often do you have to take a test?
Every 5 years. If you score between 1 and 3 plus, you have to test every 5 years. If you score 4 to 5, you don't have to test again.
Okay. Now, as a 3 plus, does it allow you to employ the use of the Spanish language in a professional capacity?
Correct.
That is to say, would you, in your duties as a federal agent, be able to interview witnesses in Spanish?
Correct.
And the federal government allows you to do that?
Correct.
Based on that certification?
Yes, sir.
Would you be able to help a fellow agent or law enforcement officer in that duty of talking to someone and providing a translation?
Yes, sir.
That's something the federal government allows you to do?
Correct.
Okay. So, Agent Ibarra, you know why we're here. How did you become involved in this case?
In November of 2018, our intelligence analyst received a request for assistance from San Antonio Police Department. They wanted to know the immigration status of the defendant.
So let me pause you there. Without telling us why, or why not, the defendant, well, I guess why, the defendant was detained. Was he being detained by the Department of Homeland Security in a federal facility around 2018, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that the San Antonio Police Department reached out to the Homeland Security Department or to ICE seeking what?
Immigration status.
Okay. Did they wish to try to get an interview with the defendant in this case, Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay. And did you facilitate that process?
Yes, sir.
How so?
I knew where the defendant was being held in the Pearsall, Texas facility. I made some calls to get everything arranged to be able to interview him.
Okay. And just so we're clear, that interview took place on December 10, 2019?
I believe that is correct, sir.
Okay. Do you remember what entity or what person specifically came to interview this defendant, Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez, at the Pearsall facility?
SAPD Detective Mark Duke.
And during the course of the interview, were you present in the room while the interview was conducted?
Yes, I was.
What was your role during the course of that interview?
I was the interpreter.
Did you ask any questions yourself relating to this crime of the defendant?
Not relating to this crime. It was just small talk, banter.
Okay. So primarily you were just acting as an interpreter for San Antonio Police Department?
Primarily.
And that was based on your 3+ qualification as a federal agent?
Correct.
Have you had the opportunity to review that interview video?
Yes, I have.
In fact, I think you've reviewed 2 versions with us, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Does that interview fairly and accurately depict the events as they unfolded during the course of that interview to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they do.
Now, you and I discussed, when we showed you the second recording, the second interview, that some alterations had been made in order to be in compliance with the rules of evidence and procedure, right?
Yes, sir.
Short of those alterations, was the interview changed or doctor changed, altered in any way?
No, sir.
Okay. Let me, may I approach the witness, Ron?
Yes.
Let me show you stick exhibit number 77 for identification purposes, Agent Ibarra. Would you kindly take a look and tell me if you recognize State 77?
I do.
What is it, sir?
It's the DVD of the interview.
Okay, and how do you know that this is the same DVD that you and I watched prior to you testifying?
It has my initials and the date.
Okay, it also has some other initials in a date, but those are not yours.
Correct.
Okay.
Judge, may we approach?
Say, do you remember your last question?
Vaguely, Judge, vaguely. I believe, if I may, continue, Your Honor.
You were identifying exhibit number 77.
Right, okay, so exhibit number 77, Agent Ibarra. I just showed it to you. You told us about the initials and the date. You had reviewed this. You told us there, except for those redactions that we just talked about, there were no other alterations to this video.
That's correct.
And you were present throughout the course of the whole video.
Correct.
Okay, so the state would offer states exhibit number 77 into evidence, Your Honor, tendering to opposing counsel for inspection. And the state has generated at the court's request 77A, that being the full, unredacted version of the video to be made part of the record.
Judge, with respect to these exhibits, we have no objection to 77A being the full video. We renew our objections with respect to 77 that we made off of the record.
Okay, objections are overruled, 77 is admitted. And so is 77 for the purposes of the record.
Okay, Agent Ibarra, you told us you were there throughout the course of the whole interview. Did you have, as a result of you being there, the opportunity to lay eyes on the defendant in this case, Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez?
Yes, I did.
Is that individual present in this courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
And would you kindly point him out and describe him by something that he might be wearing?
A gentleman right there with the gray and black top.
May the record reflect, Your Honor, the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
And just so we're clear, Agent Ibarra, that same person that you just identified, that's the person that was interviewed by Detective Duke in your presence at the Pearsall facility.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Agent. The state passes the witness.
Agent, I know we got some new information from you today, okay? And that was the fact that you're a 3+ as far as your Spanish speaking ability.
Yes, sir.
And I assume you speak Spanish having grown up in a Hispanic household.
That's correct.
You don't profess, nor are you a native fluent speaker, are you?
No, sir, I'm not.
So English is your primary language.
Yes, sir.
If I use the word ICE to equal Homeland Security, are you okay with me doing that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. It's basically the same agency, maybe just different fingers on the same hand, right?
Correct.
And I'd like to use ICE because it's easier to say.
That's fine, sir.
Okay. Now, to get to the 3.5 level, you're tested every 5 years, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that a written test, an oral test? How are you tested?
It's an oral test over the telephone.
And are you tested by someone who is a native speaker of the language?
Yes, sir.
Now, you indicated that the interview that had just been admitted by the court occurred in the Pearsall facility?
Yes, sir.
On what date?
I believe it's December the 10th, 2019.
And you had received actually a request for assistance from SAPD in November of 2018, correct?
Correct.
And who was it that you received that request from?
That came from SAPD Detective Mark Duke.
And I want to go back to back into ICE custody.
Yes, sir.
When was that?
That was December of 2018.
So SFAD calls you in November.
Yes, sir.
The defendant goes back into custody, ICE custody, in December, about a month later.
Correct.
And would you explain to the jury how the defendant was taken into custody?
As far as for the reason he was taken back into custody, sir? Is that what you're asking? The reason?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
May I have a minute, Judge? Yeah, let me rephrase the question, okay?
Yes, sir.
At the time defendant was taken into custody, he had pending with immigration a request to try to remain in the United States and obtain residence, correct?
I'm trying to word this correctly.
Well, let's talk about when he came in. Let me
Okay.
rephrase the question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
When he came into the United States, at what age did he come in?
I don't recall the age, sir, but he was a juvenile at the time.
If I suggested 15, would that jog your memory?
Yes, sir, it would.
Okay. And when he came in, he was given some permission to remain in the United States.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as a result of that initial permission he was given, he had to remain in the United States for a period of time before he became an adult.
He had to remain pending an immigration hearing.
Right.
Okay.
And because he had come in as a minor, he had to wait until he became an adult, though, in order to either adjust or change what his status in this country would be.
Not necessarily, sir.
Okay. Well, explain then, as a minor at age 15, he could not have just stayed here on his own, could he?
No, sir.
And once he becomes an adult, for purposes of immigration, that's at age 18, right?
Yes, sir.
And when he was admitted into this country, you were aware that he had some relatives living in this country.
Yes.
And he had given an address of where he was going to be residing, right?
Correct.
So when he was taken into custody, that's because he was living at a different address.
I don't know what I can freely say, or I can. Yes, that's one of the reasons.
Okay.
That's the best way I can put it right now.
There is, of course, a motion in limine about not going into other matters, okay?
That's why I'm.
And that's why I'm glad you're being careful. So it is fair to state that he went into custody because he was living in Valerie's house rather than with his own.
Correct.
Now, when you spoke with Mark Duke in November, did he suggest to you that it would be beneficial for him to conduct his investigation if the defendant were someplace safe?
Yes.
In other words, we'd rather have the defendant locked up somewhere than running around on the streets.
It would be helpful.
It would be helpful. And when Mark Duke contacted you, were you aware of any of the progress of his investigation?
I know what it involved, what it entailed, where he was. The investigation was still ongoing. Didn't know too many details, didn't ask him for too many details.
You certainly knew where Valerie lived, right?
Yes,
Okay. In fact, that's where you picked him up.
that's correct.
Okay. And he's been in custody since that day.
Correct.
And that was in sometime in November?
December.
Well, I thought December was when the interview was.
Mark Duke reached out November of 2018. I believe we took the defendant into custody December 2018, so about a month later.
Okay. Going to the interview, okay?
Yes, sir.
There were certain terms used in it, such as DNA, right?
Correct.
How do you say DNA in Spanish?
The correct way?
The correct way.
ADN.
Okay. And that's because I corrected you the last time. we
You
were-
surely did. You surely did.
And that's, again, getting back to the 3+, you have the ability to communicate with professional efficiency.
Correct.
Okay. I assume that part of you being here today is to lay the predicate for the admission of the statement.
Correct.
And that's because you were there
I was there. I was present.
and
Yes,
you
sir.
acted as the interpreter.
Correct.
So as a matter of keeping track of time, the defendant had been in custody over a year when the interview was done.
Yeah, about a year, sir. Correct.
He got contacted in November of 2018 and he was interviewed in December of 2019. We're looking at 13 months roughly.
Well, he was arrested December of 2018, so about a year.
And while he's in ICE custody, y'all can hold people without any kind of bond, right?
Correct.
In some cases, ICE recommends a bond, and in some cases, ICE says no bond, right?
Correct.
So the defendant was basically held in custody, let's call it a year, with no bond.
Correct.
So even if I'll withdraw that question. So that basically gave Mark Duke a whole year to investigate this matter before the interview.
Correct.
That's the witness, Your Honor.
Gentlemen, we approach.
further redirects?
Yes, Judge, just very briefly, I want to be direct. Agent Ibarra,
Sir.
the defense counsel, Mr. Schaefer, asked you about the translation of DNA versus ADN, right? How you say it in Spanish.
Correct.
So when you translated that specific instance during the course of that interview, I believe you translated it literally. So you said in Spanish DNA.
Correct.
Versus flipping the letters as you would need to do it in that context, right?
Correct.
But, and again, this is already in evidence, the jury will get to see it. But you also, I think the defendant demonstrated, I don't understand what that means, I think he said, and you proceed to explain what you mean by DNA. And after the explanation, you seem to understand the concept.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Agent. That's all I have.
Thank you.
We passed the witness.
I guess the quick question is, do you know what level of education the defendant has?
No, sir, I do not.
He had indicated that he had been in grade school in his country, correct?
I don't recall that. That was the banter at the beginning of the interview, I believe. I don't recall too much of that.
I understand. And of course, you and Detective Mark do have significantly more education than the defendant, do you not?
Yes, sir.
The 27 years that you've been in, it was 27 years?
Yes, sir. Correct.
You're a high school graduate?
Yes, I am.
Go to college?
Yes, sir, I did.
Degree?
Yes, I do.
What's your degree in?
Criminal justice.
Any post graduate work?
No, sir.
Okay, so you stopped at bachelor's?
Yes, I did.
That's the witness.
And no further questions from the state, Your Honor.
May he be excused?
Yes, Judge, I don't see that we may need to recall him. Obviously, if we did, the state knows how to get a hold of him.
Thank you, Agent Ibarra. You are excused.
Thank you, ma'am.
Get him down here.
Stay in touch with the state.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Attorney, let me see you quickly.
Yes.
That's good.
Thank you.
However, this is a long witness, so we will be with that witness today and tomorrow. I understand from both sides that it is their goal to finish all of the testimony by tomorrow, which means that we would argue the case. That means closing arguments would be first thing Friday morning, and then you could deliberate Friday after the closing arguments. That's the schedule that I'm updating you with right now, just so that you can start setting your expectations for the rest of the week. But that's, we're on pace. If not, we will finish sooner than what we had committed to, okay? So let's get the next witness up here.
Yes, Your Honor, the state will call Detective Retired Mark Duke.
Adjust the chair, make sure you're comfortable, and speak loud and clearly into the mic.
The witness has been sworn. You may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, may you please report.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Duke.
Good afternoon.
May I refer to you as detective still? Is that appropriate?
Sure.
Fair enough. I think it's easier in my mind. Detective Duke, would you kindly introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Sure. I'm Detective Mark Duke, or recently retired. I retired in October of last year, so 3 months or so. I was with the San Antonio Police Department for 29 years, 15 on homicide. 15 on patrol and 13 or so in homicide. Homicide is the only place I worked as a detective. I was an FTO for about 7 years, trained new police officers when they graduate from the academy as they come onto patrol.
So in total, Detective, how long were you with law enforcement?
29 years.
29 years, and just recently retired in October.
Correct.
Okay. At the time that this case took place, on September 30th of 2018, were you a certified peace officer?
Yes.
What sort of training did you receive to become a certified peace officer?
In the academy, we received the minimal training, which is set by the state of Texas, and we receive the minimum plus some. The academy is about 7 months long. After that, we go to a yearly in-service training to stay current, stay up to date. When we promote to detective, we're trained for 2 weeks on the aspects that would be pertinent to detective work. And then along the way, there's opportunities for different types of training. 2015, I started training as a criminal profiler, and for 5 years I did that until I passed the oral and written boards in 2020. That's just kind of a brief synopsis.
All right, and you told us briefly how long you had been a detective with homicide in total. How long had you been a detective with homicide in 2018 when this case took place?
About 8 years. I promoted in 2010.
Okay, and in that time, those 8 years with homicide, had you had the opportunity to respond to homicide cases?
Many, yes.
Meaning murders, essentially?
Yes.
Would you say that you did that on many or a few occasions?
Many.
Many. Now, you were the lead detective in this case that happened on September 30th of 2018.
Correct.
Can you sort of walk us through how it is that you came to be the lead detective on this case?
Well, we had, at the time, we had 2 teams of 7. Each team would cover half the week. my team would cover Sunday through Wednesday, actually midnight Sunday morning through Wednesday. And we have a rotation within that team. So when you're up for the next case, you get every case that could potentially be a homicide, whether it's accidental, suicide, any kind of case that has the potential to be a homicide until you catch a homicide, one that's a for sure homicide. And so I was up for the next case on this day.
So like on a rotational basis?
Correct.
Are you familiar with Detective Juarez?
Yes.
Was he the detective that first responded to the scene and was in charge of this case before you took it over?
Yes. I guess to make it simple, yes.
Okay, fair enough. So when you first became involved with the case, what is the first thing that you did?
Well, the first thing I like to do, I like to make sure that the scene is secure. I want to get briefed from patrol, anybody else, any officers that may have information, witnesses that may have saw or heard something, any reports. Kind of get a feel. I like to do a walkthrough of the scene so that I can kind of see it, let my mind let it start soaking in and trying to figure out like a crime scene reconstruction, try to determine what happened and maybe the sequence that it happened in, and decide what's most important, what needs to take place first, and then what takes priority, and then what needs to come second.
Is it operating procedure for a detective with a homicide unit when investigating a case to generate a document referred to as a prosecution guide?
Yes.
Did you do so in this case?
Yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a prosecution guide is?
Well, essentially the prosecution guide is the investigator's report. We take the information that we have from different sources and compile it into one document that essentially becomes our report and memorializes the things that are important in this case or any case.
And you told us you generated one for this case?
Correct.
Okay. Do you think it would be helpful during the course of questioning to have a copy of that report in case you need to refresh a recollection?
Yes, I mean 5 years ago, that would help.
Fair enough. May I approach her?
Yes.
Detective Duke, let me show you what has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 78. Would you kindly take a look at that, sir, and tell me if you recognize what 78 is?
Yes, the first page is the C and D, or the charge and disposition report, and then the rest of it is my prosecution guide, or essentially my report, 63 pages.
And this was generated by you?
Correct.
At or around the time that the events were unfolding?
It began then.
Fair enough. So it's a work in progress, right?
Correct.
And it kind of gets filled in as you go, and any developments or situation happens throughout the course of the investigation.
That's right.
Okay, so I would ask that you refer to this if you need to refresh your recollection, but please don't read out loud.
Sure.
Okay, so you told us, Detective Duke, that you took over the case as the lead detective on that rotational basis, and that you went to the scene. Is that
correct?
Right?
Yes.
Yes. What can you tell us about the scene?
Well, when I got there, I could see that the crime scene was taped off with crime scene tape. I could see that there were first responders there. in between the buildings. There were several apartment buildings in this apartment property or complex. And between the two buildings, I guess there was more than, it was a fairly large crime scene. But the first thing that I noticed, of course, was the female victim's body laying on the sidewalk between the two buildings.
Throughout the course of your investigation, Detective Duke, were you able to identify who that female victim was?
Yes.
And who was that female victim?
First name was Julia Wright. Julia Wright.
Okay. And that was the first thing you noticed in sort of that breezeway between the buildings?
Correct.
Okay. What else was apparent in the crime scene?
Well, there was a lot of blood. It looked like the victim was bleeding pretty heavily, and you could see that it went from her body to another apartment door, and then you could see it go back to another apartment door where there was a lot of blood concentrated, and the door was open. One of the things I remember was there was a cat that was coming in and out of the apartment. A lot of blood.
Did the blood that led to that other apartment with the cat, did it lead to another victim?
It did, but the other victim had already been transported to the hospital when I arrived.
That's right. So when you arrived, the second victim in the case was no longer there. He had been transported.
Correct.
Despite that, were you able to identify who that individual was during the course of your investigation?
Yes, we believed we knew who it was. We assumed it was a person that lived there. But it was tentative at the time till we get the fingerprints. But yes, we believed we knew who it was.
Sure. Were you able to learn what hospital he was transported to?
Yes, I think he went to university. Let me double check. Yes, University Hospital.
Did an SAPD officer make the scene of the hospital in order to, I guess, ascertain the status of that victim and to photograph it?
Yes.
Do you know if that victim ultimately survived his injuries?
He did not.
And were you at some point during the course of the investigation able to identify who that victim was?
Yes.
Who was that victim?
It was Nicholas Milanovich. I believe he also went by Trey.
Fair enough. So, following that blood trail leads you to that upstairs bedroom. Was anything that you would find relevant to a murder investigation found on that second floor landing of the apartment complex where the victims lived?
Yes, it was upstairs. I guess I would describe it as a loft bedroom. I believe it was to be the primary crime scene. I believe that's where both victims were initially shot. There was a live round and 2 spent shell casings in the bedroom, which is, the main reason I believe, and that and the blood is the main, and that's where one of the victims was found. That's what led me to believe that was the primary crime scene.
Okay, so there was 2 spent shell casings and unspent or unfired round.
Yes, a live round, yes.
Your Honor, may I publish some state exhibits?
Yes.
Deputy. Detective, when you say 2 spent rounds, let me show you State's Exhibit number 5. What are we looking at? Oh, I'm sorry, State's Exhibit number 31, showing evidence marker number 5. What are we looking at here?
To be honest, it's hard for me to tell what we're looking at.
Let me zoom in a little bit
You also have to make it lighter.
and then mess around a little bit with light. You see it now?
Looks like one of the spent shell casings.
Okay. And what about State's number 32? Evidence marker number 7.
Looks like another spent shell casing.
Okay. What about State's number 35, sir?
Looks like a live round of
Okay.
ammo.
Now, we're going to talk about those in a minute, Detective, a little bit further on. But, in the meantime, let me show you also exhibit number 33. 33, okay. What is depicted on State's 33?
This is a box of ammunition that was beside the victim's bed.
And can you identify what kind of ammunition it was?
It's labeled as Winchester in the calibers .380.
Okay. Now, the spent shell casings and the live round that were recovered, were you able to identify during the course of your investigation what caliber and makes those shell casings and rounds were?
Yes.
What were they?
They were 9mm and I believe Hornady and I believe Browning.
Okay. So those would be different then than the ones depicted in State's 33.
Yes, they're different manufacturers and different caliber.
Okay. The ones in 33 are Winchester, right?
Correct.
And they're a different caliber in that they're 380, non 9mm.
Correct.
Okay. Was a firearm, a 380 firearm, or any firearm for that matter, recovered from the victim's apartment?
No.
Granting the presence of ammunition, that evidence marker number 8 on State's 33, would it be something that you might have expected to find in that apartment?
You would think so.
But none was recovered?
No.
Okay. During the course of investigating that crime scene, Detective, were you able to develop any theory or knowledge of how a perpetrator might have entered the apartment?
Yes.
And what was that?
On the opposite side, or the opposite side of where the female victim was discovered, the bottom floor window to the victim's apartment had been, I hate to say broken into. I mean, it was very neatly done, but the window, someone obtained entry into the apartment by removing a piece of glass and gaining access into the window to the lock.
And were you able to find any sort of tools or appurtenances that may have been used for that purpose near the window?
Yes.
Let me show you States 14 and 16, Detective, and tell us if you can identify them.
Yes, there's what's commonly referred to as a tire iron, which is kind of wedged on one end to help pop a hubcap off, and the other end has a socket to fit the lug on a tire to use to change a spare tire. And then the other longer pieces, I believe, are parts of the window that were removed.
Okay. What about 16?
That's the window that the offender gained access through.
Okay. Where does this window lead into the inside of the apartment?
It leads into what would be the living room.
Were you able to find anything relevant in the living room to your investigation?
Yes, there were muddy shoe prints on a love seat that the offender would have had to step onto as he stepped in the window.
Is that something that you used to further determine that that might have been the point of entry by the suspect?
Correct.
And again, for purposes of identity, again, so shall be State's Exhibit number 21. Is that same window?
Yes.
And then you told us about a love seat. Let me show you State 22
Yes, those are the muddy footprints.
and 23.
Yes.
Were you able to discover anything near the tire iron of relevance? I believe it was marked with exhibit number 10.
I recall that there was what appeared to be the tip of the finger from a latex glove.
And based on its proximity to the window where you thought someone had made entry, as well as to a crowbar or a tire iron, did you think it relevant?
Yeah, it seemed like a logical conclusion that the offender may have been wearing gloves, and that may have been part of it, a part of one of the gloves.
And I know this may seem obvious, Detective, but if someone were perpetrating a burglary, why would they wear gloves?
So they wouldn't leave fingerprints or DNA behind. Avoid, detection, or keep from getting caught.
Fair enough. Now, you told us that the way that you perceived the window to have been, you hated to say broken into, right? Based on what you saw, as well as the photographs, could someone have done that silently enough so as not to wake the occupants?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So what else did you do whilst at the crime scene before you left?
Well, we found out we were. Of course, we wanted to know why this happened. We wanted to know, was anything taken? We looked for car keys because we didn't know if the victims had cars or not. But we found 2 different sets of car keys. We were able to figure out that they belonged to a couple of cars that were parked in the parking lot right near the victim's apartment. We didn't know if there would be evidence in there or not, so we impounded those vehicles for safekeeping so we could let the investigation develop some more and see if they were going to be helpful in the investigation. I did a walkthrough of the crime scene. It looked like some things had been gone through, like someone was looking for something.
Let me pause you there. What do you base that information on?
Well, there was like a vase that was downstairs that looked like it had some items in it and they had been removed. So it looked like someone was looking for something. It seemed out of place.
Okay.
I wasn't sure, but it appeared that someone may have been looking for something.
Were any cabinets open or anything along those lines? To your recollection?
That I don't recall. I'd have to refer to the crime scene photos.
There. But it did seem to you at the time, you recall that someone may have been looking for something.
Yes.
Was there anything obviously missing when you first walked that crime scene?
Well, nothing obvious, but without knowing what was there beforehand, it's hard to say. But at the time, there was nothing that I could say for sure this is missing.
In other words, like microwave, television, cars?
Right, if this is a place where a TV sets and there's no dust there, one would assume they probably took this. Nothing like that.
Okay. Was there any money found in the apartment?
There may have been a few dollars, but nothing of a substantial amount. Few dollars, I think, maybe.
What about anything illegal? Was anything illegal found in the apartment?
Yes.
What was found?
There was I believe it was a Ziploc bag. Anyway, it was like a freezer bag, probably about a foot high, probably about 10 inches wide, and it was full of, fairly packed full of marijuana, what appeared to be marijuana.
Okay. Anything else?
There were some things that suggested there was some marijuana use there. I think I remember seeing a grinder, a thing that people use that are smoking marijuana to get it to where they can smoke it. I think there might have been a pipe. Those are the things that immediately come to mind. I don't know that there's anything else. I don't recall anything else.
Okay, so no harder substances is basically what I'm getting at. Did you find any heroin, cocaine, methamphetamine?
No.
Fentanyl, anything like that?
No.
Okay. So you mentioned that 2 sets of car keys were found and the cars were taken to the impound.
Correct.
Is that a standard operating procedure when investigating these types of crimes and you have a victim?
Yes, sometimes they're processed at the scene. I don't like doing that myself because as the you don't know what you're looking for. As the investigation continues, you may get an idea of what you're looking for. So we just put them in the impound facility in a secure stall, which means it's locked. We have an evidence technician follow them over there. So the chain of custody is never lost. It's locked in there until we decide, that we're ready to do whatever we're going to do. And when vehicles have a lot of stuff in them, it's hard to know what's going to be pertinent and what's not. And these cars had, there was a lot of random stuff in there. So.
Fair enough. So your policy as a detective, hold the vehicle until you know what you're looking for, kind of hone in your search?
That's what I like to do. Some process it at the scene and release it and leave it there, but I prefer not to if I have the choice.
Okay. Prefer to be more thorough, it sounds
Correct.
like. Okay. To your knowledge, were any fingerprints were they able to be recovered from the crime scene?
I do recall that some prints were recovered, but when they were sent to our ID unit, none of them were legible.
Okay, that's exactly what I wanted to get at. So even if some fingerprints were successfully lifted, when the ID department got them, they were not legible enough to become a match, right?
Right, they may be smeared, they may be just partial, have too few grooves, just not enough.
so as far as you know, no suspect could be developed based on any fingerprints that were recovered.
That's right.
What about DNA?
Well, I know that there was swabs taken. We didn't have any reason to believe that the blood would belong to anyone other than the victims, but we take it anyway because sometimes you find out things later, and you know, it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
Fair enough, yes, sir.
So we take spot samples usually.
Okay, so let's talk about that, about finding later on. Again, you're the lead detective. You were from the beginning to the end involved in this investigation. Do you know if the crime lab, the serology department specifically dealing with blood, was ever able to match any DNA or any blood to anyone other than the victims in this case?
No, many items were sent, but they weren't able to.
Okay, so no physical evidence that would lead us to a suspect at this point?
At this point, correct.
Okay. So, let me ask you about the cars. Were they eventually searched?
Yes.
And photographs taken, if anything was found, during the course of those searches?
Yes.
Now, I believe that during the course of the trial, we've already gotten into the search of Julia Wright's vehicle. I'll draw your attention to that one first.
Okay.
What, if anything, of relevance was found in Julia Wright's vehicle?
There was some paperwork in there, and what it was, we didn't know what the importance would be at the time. This is something that we learned later. But there was some paperwork from a clinic, and it was kind of, for lack of a better term, an agreement. And it appeared on its face value that it was, I guess what I would call a methadone clinic. And it was basically outlining their rules. She promised that if they gave her, I think common procedure for the methadone clinics is to get 1 dose a day. But they're closed on weekends, so they will give you, I guess, 2 days, a Saturday and Sunday dose, but you have to promise to keep it in a lockbox. And that was the agreement. That was what she agreed to do. And there was a number that I believe was on nearly every page in there. I think it may have been her patient number that she was identified by through the clinic. So anyway, does that answer your question?
Yes, and let's sort of break that down, Detective. So in Julia's car, and I believe the jury's already seen pictures of that, that document that you're describing from that methadone clinic was found.
Correct.
And then you're describing essentially that it's sort of an agreement. You need a lockbox in order to keep your methadone in. Otherwise, it's not released to you.
Correct.
Fair to say. And then the amount of methadone that you're given, because it is a controlled substance, as we know, is small. So you have to keep refilling your prescription often.
Yeah, I think daily, except for the weekend you get to.
Okay. Let's double back to the apartment. Was any methadone found in the apartment?
No.
Was a lockbox found in the apartment?
No.
Your Honor, may I approach? Detective, I believe we've already introduced this exhibit as State's Exhibit number 59. Let me publish it now for the jury. The contents of 59. You described to us a take-home acknowledgement, right? Let me publish that. Is this the document that you were referring to?
It's really hard to see, but
Fair enough. I can bring it closer to you if you need, just so you can I sort of ID it.
I assume it is, but without. Yes, I remember seeing her signature, the dates, her name, and yeah, this is definitely the document that was recovered from her vehicle.
Okay, now you mentioned a number that is on several of these pages, sometimes multiple times.
Correct.
Okay, let me publish that so the jury can see. I'm going to put every instance of the number up on the screen. Is this a number here? On the first page?
Yes.
And it's also dated.
Correct.
Okay. What about here?
Correct.
And here? Good.
Yes.
And here?
Yes.
Okay. What did I do? You can't go forward. Okay, so that's already in evidence found in Julia's car. Was the search of Nicholas Milanovich's vehicle search or conducted as well?
Yes.
As the lead detective, did you have the opportunity to review those photographs and any findings that took place from inside of that vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
So let me show you states number 79 through 82. Would you kindly take a look at these photographs and tell me if you recognize them, Detective?
Yes, this is the male victim's vehicle.
Okay. Now, Detective, at this time, the vehicle would have been at the impound?
Correct.
Okay. And then you personally would have been involved in this search?
Not necessarily. Sometimes we go out for the search. I don't believe I went out for this one.
Okay.
CSI, I spoke with one of our CSIs, and they went out and processed the vehicle, and I let them know kind of about the case and kind of things that may be of interest and what to look out for. So they went out there and processed it.
Okay. And once it was processed, did they come back to you, show you the photographs, tell you anything that they found, and then you reviewed it?
Yeah, normally we don't get a verbal unless it's a smoking gun or something.
Fair enough.
Usually they just issue their report. We get a copy of the report. They download their photos, and we go to the place in our system where those photos are cataloged or downloaded.
Okay. And you reviewed these
Yes.
as part of your duty as the lead detective in this case?
Yes.
Any reason to suspect they were changed or altered in any way?
No.
Are they the same photographs that you saw when you were conducting this investigation that I'm showing you now?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the scene as it was photographed on that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would offer states 79 through 82 into evidence tending to opposing counsel for inspection.
Can I take the witness on board there?
Yes, sir.
And approach the witness, Your Honor. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 80 and State's Exhibit 81.
Okay.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the way the car was at the impound lot?
Yes.
And is there a cell phone located?
Yes.
Okay. did the police seize that cell phone?
Yes.
That answers my questions for now, Your Honor. We have no objection to the admission of these court documents.
State 79, 80, and 81, and 82 are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish.
Yes.
Okay, Detective Duke, let me show you State 79. What are we looking at in this picture?
That is the male victim's vehicle. It's in the secured stall. You can see the garage door behind it. That's the front of it, from the front view.
State 80. What is this? Detective.
Looks like some trash, a cell phone, a shoe, and a manual for a Walther handgun.
Thank you, Detective. And that's kind of what I'm going to get at. I'm going to try to take present the next picture, which is going to be a zoomed-in version, right? So let's look at number 81. Is this the same area we just looked at, just more zoomed in?
Yes.
Okay, and you were referring to a Walther weapons manual.
Correct.
Is that what I'm pointing to here near the top of the middle of the image?
Yes.
Okay, and then number 82.
That's it.
What caliber is this firearm?
.380. It's listed as a PK .380.
And would that match the caliber of the bullets that were found by the bedpost inside of the victim's apartment?
Yes.
So now, Detective, we have an ammunition box and a weapons manual, but no weapon.
Correct.
Let me ask you this, Detective. The two spent Hornady shell casings, 9mm, that were found in the crime scene. Would this weapon, that Walther 380, would that have been capable of firing those 9mm rounds?
No.
And why is that?
Well, a 9mm is longer than a .380. They're the same circumference, but one has a tapered shell casing and the other one is straight. It's just not capable.
Okay. So presumably this 380 would have belonged to one of the two occupants of the apartment. Hard to say for certain, but it could have.
I would say, yeah, you can't say for certain, but I would say likely yes.
Okay. And again, no weapon was recovered from the apartment.
Correct.
Okay. At that point, Detective Duke, tell us what the status of the investigation was. What did you do next?
Not for certain chronologically, so let me just double check my notes. So, the day after I spoke to a friend of one of the victims, I attempted to make the death notification to Julia Wright's father. The Mustang was processed on October the 3rd. I got a call back from Julia's father on the 4th of October. This is all 2018. I sent some requests to the Bexar County Crime Lab requesting the search of serology and firearms, or the DNA, some of the DNA evidence that was recovered, and then I sent the spent shell casings and the live round to the firearms lab, requesting if to tell me if they could determine that the 2 spent shell casings were fired from the same weapon. And sometimes we get lucky, and even though a live round isn't fired, if it's ejected, sometimes it leaves some ejection marks that are have specific characteristics that can say it was ejected from the same weapon as the other 2. But I don't believe they were able to say that, but they were able to say the 2 spent shell casings were fired from the same weapon.
Yes, detective, and that was going to be my next question. As the lead detective, you would have received information from the crime lab after they conclude their tests, just like you were telling us about the fingerprints and the DNA. And now you just told us essentially what I wanted to ask. Were the 2 Hornady spent shell casings able to be matched to have been fired from the same gun?
They were.
They were. But not enough markings on the other one to determine if it had been chambered or anything like that, as far as you know?
Correct.
Okay. So at that point in the investigation, detective, did you have any suspects as to who might have perpetrated this crime?
No.
When is the first time that you started moving towards a suspect?
Well, on one of my days off, I was contacted by my sergeant and notified that there was a defense attorney that said he had a client that had information for us.
Do you remember the date of that communication, sir?
Would have been November 1st of 2018.
Okay, so September 30th, 2018 is the date of the murder, right? Either the night before or that morning, right? 2018.
Correct.
Okay.
The day after.
So about 2 months
Well,
later.
it would have been a month later, yeah.
Right, so about a month later,
Right.
this communication from an attorney coming forward saying that a client had information that might be relevant to law enforcement.
Correct.
Okay. What happened with that?
Well, the tip was the person, they gave us a Facebook page and said, this is the person, this was the offender, this is their Facebook page. I requested that we have an intelligence unit. I requested that they attempt to identify the person who owned that page or whose Facebook page that belonged to. And they were able to come up with a name.
What was that name, sir?
The Facebook page was Hernandez Rob, but the person that Sarek, or our intelligence unit, came back with was Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez, and then the date of birth.
And like you told us earlier, that was the first point in time in this investigation where you had a potential suspect.
Correct.
What else, if anything, did the attorney have that he wanted to turn over to San Antonio Police Department?
He had a plastic bag with what he was told was the offender's clothing worn at the time of the murders.
I would object to any hearsay that you stated.
Sustained as to hearsay.
Were you able to learn whether he might possess something that might be relevant to your investigation?
Yes.
Was that property ever collected by law enforcement?
Yes, since it was my day off, I called CSI and requested crime scene investigator to go to the attorney's office and collect that property.
And after it was collected and photographed, were you able to inspect it, or at the very least those photographs?
Yes,
Were you able to inspect both, the physical items and the photographs?
yes.
Okay.
Mr. Gordon, let's take a quick afternoon break. We need to swap out interpreters. So
Yes.
15 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We'll probably work until about 5:30.
All rise for the jury.
you. May be seated. State, you may proceed.
Yes, Detective, I believe we were talking about just first having developed a suspect, Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez, based on that Facebook page, and about the items that were recovered from the attorney's office. You were able to view them physically and in photograph.
Yes.
May I proceed with Your Honor?
Yes.
Let me show you states number 83 through 93. And for the record, 83 has already been shown to a previous witness, that being Melissa. But can you recognize these photographs?
Yes, this is a photo of the bag or this plastic sack that was turned over to our CSI by the defense attorney.
Okay, so kind of thumb through all of them and tell me whether you recognize them.
This is a sweatshirt hoodie that was in the bag. Another photo of the bottom of the same sweatshirt looks like a photo of the back of the sweatshirt. The upper back of the sweatshirt. Looks like a camouflage mask that was in the bag. A pair of shoes that was in the bag. A photo of the inner tag of the shoes. Size. A picture of the soles of the shoes. A pair of dark socks. And a pair of latex gloves.
Were you able to learn to whom these items allegedly belonged?
I'm going to object that they call for hearsay.
Well, I was told who they belonged to.
And I will renew my objection.
You may answer, sir.
I was told they belonged to the defendant. I wasn't able to get any physical evidence from them that said 100%
Fair enough, and
who
we'll get
may
to
have transferred any of their DNA to them.
Yes, sir, and we will get to that. So you were told that these were items that belonged to Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez. And that's the relevance to this case, right? They could have potentially been the ones that the suspect wore during the commission of these crimes.
I
Yeah.
object to the form of the question.
Sustained.
Why were they relevant, Detective?
Because it was stated that those were the clothes being worn by the defendant at the time of the crime.
Yes, sir. I think they got it slightly out of order. Let me reorder them real quick. Okay. Do these photographs, Detective, accurately and fairly depict the items, to include that plastic bag, as you viewed them at or around the time that they were taken?
Yes.
Have they been changed or altered in any way to your knowledge?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would offer states 83 through 93 into evidence and tendering to opposing counsel for inspection.
No objections, Your Honor.
States 83 through 93 are admitted?
And permission to publish that?
Yes.
Okay, let's start with item number 83. What is depicted on State's Exhibit number 83, Detective?
It's a plastic bag that contained clothing that was turned over to a defense attorney from who was at the time an anonymous source.
84.
Dark hoodie, Nike hoodie.
85.
Same item, just a different portion.
86.
Same item,
Is that the backside?
different view, yes.
87.
Same item, different portion.
Okay, that would be the top side of the
Top
back.
rear, yes.
Okay. 88.
It's a mask.
Now, let's talk about 89. What does that appear to be?
A pair of shoes,
What is the condition of those shoes?
well worn,
Are they dirty?
very.
Dusty?
Yes, there's a what appears to be remnants of like what you would see someone that does work and they work with some type of fluids and it drained onto the shoes.
What about 91? Jumping ahead a little bit. What is 91?
The soles of the shoes,
Are those dirty, dusty?
yes.
And then, finally, jumping to 93. What is in 93?
It's a pair of latex gloves.
Let's talk about that. You told us about a piece of evidence that was recovered by the window at the crime scene. It was marked with exhibit number 10, and you described it as a piece of latex glove.
Correct.
Were you able to compare these gloves recovered from that bag to the piece that was recovered by the window?
I was.
Let me show you a picture of that. And this is State's Exhibit number 109. Let me show you State's Exhibit number 109 for identification purposes. Detective, can you tell me what that is?
The small portion of the glove is the tip of the finger or the portion that was recovered at the crime scene at processing. The larger piece is the glove that was recovered in this plastic bag that was turned over to us.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of what the image portrays to be?
It is.
Changed or altered in any way?
No.
Justice, Steve, we're up for State 109. Do you have anything to opposing counsel for an
Judge, may I take the witness on the matter?
Yes.
You indicate that in State's Exhibit 109, that's the fingertip of the glove that was admitted in a different photograph, right?
Correct.
How do you know that?
Well, because I looked at them and I recognized that glove is looking like the one I saw then, and the other piece as the part I saw when it was recovered at the scene.
In other words, same material, same color, things like that?
Correct.
Was the glove ever presented to the Bexar County Crime Lab for any kind of identification or assertion that this tip came from that glove?
I believe it was.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, we would object unless and until the state can produce whatever report the Barrett County Crime Lab may have showing that this tip came from this glove.
Can you approach?
Yes, sir. Okay, detective. How is it that these two articles of evidence came to be together for the taking of this photograph?
Well, in seeing, in examining them, they look like they fit. They look like they fit together. So to address your question earlier, the gloves were submitted to the crime lab. We requested DNA. While they were there, I spoke to Christy Vachon and asked her if she could test them. And she said there's really nothing I can do other than look at them, which is what you will do. Same thing you can do. And I can tell you that any person that puts the two together will be able to tell one came from the other.
Fair enough. So regarding Christy Vachon and the conversation you had with her at the crime lab, to your knowledge, did the crime lab ever generate a report or anything regarding these gloves?
Not as far as from Christy Vachon.
No.
The serology department didn't find anything
Yes.
as far as DNA.
So let's talk about that. DNA regarding the gloves, nothing found.
Correct.
Right. But as to them being matchable or connected, the crime lab never generated any reports regarding that.
Right. Basically, it's just they said all I would do is look at it and say she's not going to be able to prove it other than it looks like they came, and that's what we did and we can do.
Okay. And is that something that you have the capacity to do as a San Antonio police detective?
I think anybody would have that capacity. It's that simple.
Fair enough. So to your opinion, or your opinion is that any layperson would be able to look at it and see if they kind of match or not?
Yes.
Okay. Now, regarding how they came to be together, we know that the smaller piece you told us was recovered from the crime scene.
Correct.
Marked with this evidence number 10, right?
Correct.
And then the larger piece would be one of those gloves that we're seeing on the screen now.
Correct.
And those were recovered from the attorney.
Correct.
And then eventually, I guess they were taken to the crime, or not the crime, to the evidence locker.
Correct.
Where you would have had access to them.
Yes.
And the CSI would have had access to them to photograph them.
Correct.
And you personally manipulated these items to see if they would match.
Correct.
Okay. So you have personal knowledge as to where these items came from, what they are, and how they relate to each other.
Correct.
Okay. Just at this time, the state would renew offering states 109 into evidence.
It's okay.
Did you take this photograph or did a CSI take it?
I don't recall. I know I looked at them. I don't know if I took the picture or asked CSI to take the picture, but I know that I physically compared them.
So 109 was admitted, Judge?
Conditionally, based on the ruling I just gave on the record.
Yes, Your Honor. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Okay. So states 109, detective. What are we looking at?
Where the small portion of the glove on the left is the portion that was recovered at the scene, and the more complete portion of the glove is what was turned over in the plastic bag that we recovered from the defense attorney.
Okay, so one of these gloves then, in this photograph, which is depicted on state's number 93, was missing the tip of a finger.
Correct.
And the tip of the finger recovered in 109 appears to have been a match to the missing piece.
Correct.
Okay. But again, no DNA was recovered or analyzable.
Correct.
By the crime.
Correct.
Okay. So now that you had a name to go by, Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez, and potentially some items that may have been involved in that crime, what did you do next?
Well, I examined some of the items. Really, I looked at all of them, but some of them had some things that kind of caught my eye. One was the glove, and the other glove that was the part of the glove that was recovered. The shoes had some vegetation inside them, and I recalled at the crime scene, it looked like someone was fleeing the crime scene and slipped and fell. And there are some photos of that at the crime scene, because that's at the crime scene, that was the initial thought. Here's where someone was running and fell, and it was suspected it was the offender. So I compared the two, and they appear to be the same vegetation.
So they appear to be the same vegetation. What about the dirt or dust or whatever it was, the mud, that was on the love seat? What can you tell us about that?
Well, the print from the shoes appeared to match the print on the love seat. There were a couple of issues with being able to say that. One is getting a footprint on something that's very pliable and cushiony very much distorts the imprint. So there's no way you can physically compare an overlay, because it made the print when it was, it distorted the print. And there was no scale in the picture when CSI took the photo. Sometimes that's important, sometimes it's not. In this case, it was part of what didn't allow us to make the comparison. If it would have been there, I don't think it would have mattered because the pliability of the cushion, but we won't know.
Fair enough. What about any sort of DNA from the clothing that we saw in those pictures from the lawyer's office?
I don't believe there was anything recovered that was usable, but I do believe there were several there was evidence of multiple people's DNA being on it. I want to say 3 comes to mind, but I wouldn't swear to that. And that all depends on, they can't test the whole garment. They have to choose a place that's likely to contain it. And those would be the places, due to their training and experience, they're most likely to find them. And in those spots, that's what they found.
Right, okay. So essentially, 3 different types of DNA were recovered, so diluted, right? Couldn't figure out who it was.
Yeah, and not even good enough for a comparison. If we knew who to compare it to, it still would not have any probative value.
Right, so no avenues explored regarding that, nothing to see.
Correct, that's true on the clothing as the shoes too.
Okay. But now, having a name to possibly look into, what did you do?
Well, I wanted to, we sent the stuff off to the lab. That's a long process that I don't recall how long it took here, but it's usually 9 to 12 months. There's a backlog. And, I'd like to talk to this person that whose name came up. So let's see. With the tip, we got a couple of license plate numbers. We had our intelligence unit run those license plates, and they have access to this system that goes around. They have cars that just go around taking pictures of license plates, and they can tell you where this car has been, where it is, and you can get an idea of where maybe somebody works, where somebody lays their head, based on it's here every day at this time, or it's here every night at this time. And we were able to get returns on those vehicles. There was 2 vehicles, a Mercedes and the other one was a blue Nissan. We're able to show that the blue Nissan belonged to a young lady that lived in the same apartment complex, and we also learned from the person that gave the tip that that was the defendant's girlfriend.
What was the name of that individual, detective?
Her name was Valerie Rocha.
And that was the owner of that blue Nissan?
Yes.
Who lived in the same apartment complex?
Correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 62, detective, for identification purposes. This has also been shown to a previous witness, but can you tell me what it is?
This is a map that I received from the apartment manager of the apartment or the apartment complex or property where the victims lived and where the defendant and his girlfriend lived. It's just a common map that they give out, I guess, to potential residents, and it just is a map of the property, the apartment buildings.
And you were able to learn that the defendant's girlfriend was Valerie Rocha?
Correct. I was able, so when I talked to the manager, she said there was a person there living there by that name and that her sister had originally gotten the apartment, but Valerie was the one living there now.
Okay.
At the time.
So we see on 62 two areas that are indicated. Are you the one that made the markings?
Yes.
Okay. And what does this one depict?
Well, I made a notation of SP, which is the suspected person. The way we refer to a suspect in our reports.
And here?
Is a notation of V1 and V2, which is what we use in our reports to identify a victim.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the map of the apartments as you received and as you indicated with your markings?
Yes.
Changed or altered in any way?
No, just where I marked it, but that was my marking.
Fair enough. And you came across this information, just to remind us, by the running of those plates that came back to that blue Nissan.
Correct.
That were in association with Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez, who is now a suspect in these murders.
Correct.
Your Honor, the state would offer state 62 into evidence.
You have no objections, Your Honor.
State 62 is admitted?
Permission to publish them.
Yes.
Okay, detective, what are we looking at?
It's very blurry from here. I know what it is. It's the map you just asked me about, but that is a map of the property, of the location where the victims were killed and lived, and where the defendant lived at the time.
So let me point on state 62 to this area highlighted. It's more apparent on the image itself in like a teal or light blue color. And that's over the number 12 over this building with the letters SP. What is that?
That's the apartment where the defendant and his girlfriend were living at the time.
And this one down here with the 18 and again the same light blue or teal marking, B1, B2.
Yeah, that's the two victims' apartment where they were living.
So same apartment complex, building or two over.
Correct.
Do you think that was relevant?
I do.
So upon learning this information, detective, what did you do next?
Well, we get lots of tips. Sometimes they pan out, sometimes they don't. But there were a lot of things that were true in this tip. So I called the attorney back to see if I could get more information, to see if I could get access to the person that gave this tip and turned over this this bag of clothing. He wouldn't identify them. He did say if we sent a list of questions, he would ask them if they would answer them. But that would not have been very useful to us if we can't know who we're getting these answers from. I got the firearms report back a couple of days after I spoke to the attorney, which would have been November the 9th of 2018. And we found out that the two spent shell casings were fired from the same weapon. It was a couple of days after that I spoke to the apartment manager. I got this map and got the other information we just talked about. I was trying to catch the defendant or his girlfriend at the apartment they were living in. I would have liked to have caught them coming from their car going to the apartment, somewhere in between. So I watched the apartment for a few days. if you knock on the door, they look out, and if it's not somebody they want to talk to, they're just not going to come to the door. So I was hoping to catch them outside. And I did catch, on one particular occasion, I did catch them going back and forth, and I took a picture of the two of them. But I was by myself, so I wasn't prepared to make contact with them at the time. But it did confirm that that's the apartment they went to, and they were living there.
Did you at some point, Detective Duke, have the opportunity to meet with and talk to Valerie Rocha?
I did.
And without getting into the details as to why, was this before or after the defendant, Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez, had been taken into federal custody?
If I recall correctly, it was, I believe, the same day or the following day. It was right after, and I thought she might be a little reluctant to speak to us if he were in close proximity. So he was taken into custody, and then I made contact with her.
Okay, so it was after, just almost immediately after.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was that afternoon, later that day, or if it was the following day. But it was a few days. I planned it that way so that he would not be there to intimidate her or influence her in any way.
Fair enough. Do you recall the date where this meeting happened?
The date. So he would have been taken into custody on December the 18th of 2018. And I went to her work and made contact with her on December the 19th of 2018, the following day.
And just to make sure I'm getting the years right, December 18, 2018, December 19, 2018.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, Detective, upon meeting with Valerie, were you eventually able to get consent to search the apartment?
Yes.
She willingly gave that to you?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to do so?
Yes.
That was the witness room.
Mr. Jordan, this will be a good place to stop for the day. We can pick that back up in the morning.
Yes, Judge.
Give me just a minute. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess for the day. I do have an 8:30 docket in the morning. I'll try to get that done as quickly as possible to start right at 9:30 again. Okay, and like I said, I expect that by the end of the day tomorrow, we will finish the entirety of the testimony in the guilt innocence phase of this case. So you remain under the same instructions. We will see you back here at 9:30.
All rise for the jury. Please bring your right.